So when you turn it back up, so just audio level 1, just go. Put it to 0.
We never really want it. Yeah.
In the senior girls, name on green updated with House and Scully and Bishop Silla and Meta on the outside. The green's got a way to a good start, but at the moment, just getting in the ball to Scully on the inside. So the count is trying to make up the ground.
If you don't
At the moment, maybe Darwin and then instead of Scully, he's getting up right down, but the times of his right, he's getting to the north. I think he's getting himself up there. Very, very narrowly though, over the wood. Back up the version of the last year. 26, sorry, 38.
Well, a very good morning and welcome here to Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre, the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships Day 2. This is one of your two field streams, of course, also the track stream available. Hope you enjoyed all the coverage on Day 1. We're just about ready to commence officially here for the girls 8 to 10 discus throw. Our competitors just going through their final warm-ups here before we get stuck into things officially, and great to have your company across the New South Wales School Sport Unit YouTube page and also Bar TV, doing a great job providing all the coverage here. My name is James Preston, and we are set for a wonderful day once again of action. Hopefully the rain does hold off. Forecast today for about 5 millimetres. And for this first event here on the stream, we've got 40 competitors, ranging, of course, across the Hunter, North Coast, Northwest, Riverina, South Coast, Sydney East, Sydney Southwest, Sydney West, Western, Sydney North, Barrier, Paulding, MacKillop, and the combined Independent Schools Association. So quite literally thousands of schools represented across these associations throughout the day and also throughout yesterday. So we're seeing Annabelle Vandenberg with her warm-up here. And that now completes the official phase of warm-up. So final checks from our marshals, and we will be getting underway. Of course, just a little reminder too, you might not particularly pick up your family member on this stream, but we do have 3 streams running concurrently. So 2 on the field and 1 for the track events. And in terms of the track, that next event to run, the boys 12 to 13, 200 metre Section 1 finals. So here we go. We are just about to get underway. The first attempt here from Alana Smith, representing Paulding. We'll have some final checks coming through though. We'll just make sure also that we're getting the official measurements coming through, so bear with us one moment.
Great job by John. He's the model. He's south of the whole way.
Smooth first release there from Alana Smith from Holby.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Measurement being calculated right now. And that's clear and coming through. So 5'9" coming through here. Quite a decent effort. First up from Alana Smith. $25.9. So for Fleur Stiley, 1621. That's above the seed mark of 14.98. So far both competitors above that seed mark. This is Malia Matakayongo. A lot of elevation on that particular release. It'll be up around that 20-metre mark. Her seed mark is 22.32. White flag is up, so no foul in that attempt either. So 1853 confirmed here for Malia Matakayongo. Now this is Chloe Tyso from the Western Association, releasing out towards that left-hand side. Her seed mark, 16.64. This might be a little bit shy of that. And Chloe Tyso picking up 1303 there, 13 metres and 3 centimetres. About 3 metres shy of the C mark. Now Adiva Shannon coming out of the Goulburn region, representing McKillop. And that one tracking up along that left-hand flank, getting very close to our marshals as well, who pulled out the dancing feet. But that is still a clear throw. It's inside the boundary. And 1927 is the mark here from Adiva Shannon. So about 4 metres shy of her seed mark in qualifying for this event. 1927, 23.01, the seed mark. This now is Clemia Edwards, representing the Western Association. And a straightforward attempt here. Just creeping inside that circle. Flag is up though, and it's clear. We haven't seen too many straight up attempts across day one and day two in terms of the stand and deliver approach. And 1688, the measurement there for Clemia Edwards from Western Association. And now representing the Polding Association, Manaya Futialao Ross. Futialo Ross with a nice little release here. A little bit of wobble on the discus, but still picking up good meterage. And I'll take this measurement too. That'll be thereabouts the same distance as Clemia Edwards. And 1799. So a little bit shy of the seed mark of 18.94, but still up there at the moment. That puts her into fourth from our first 7 competitors. Of course, 40 across this particular event. They'll get 3 attempts before we then split off into a top 8 for our finalists. And from there, they receive a further 3 attempts to figure out who is our 1, 2, and 3. But of course, that initial qualifying throw from the first 3 attempts could still be the big one that wins it for them. And the record here for the girls 8 to 10 discus, 39.21 metres. It's a big throw. That was set by Rachel Bardney from St John's out of Stanhope Gardens back in 2016. This now is Alexandra Freilingsdorf. Freilingsdorf hitting the side netting there, so Mahalia Burns not located for her attempt, so we've jumped ahead. It's a big seed mark too for Alexandra Freilingsdorf, 24.88. That there, however, is a foul into the side netting. So now Maisie Hancock representing the Northwest Association. Good release here from Maisie. So her seed mark, 22.22. Let's see if we can get a few more twos in this particular measurement. And it's a good one here from Maisie Hancock, 2.375. That puts her into second overall. I believe Alana Smith recorded just over 25. I'll get confirmation on that for you. As Indy Clayton from Narrabri, representing the Northwest Association, with a C mark of 16.2. Records 1.411. And now from the combined independent schools, this is Zara Rahman. Rahman just inside that right-hand side. C mark of 20.32. I think this will be a little bit shorter than that. Maybe nudging up towards it. And 1.735 is the result there for Zara Rahman. So now Dana Damani out of lovely Janali. Beautiful area of the world. Setting early that one into the side netting. And then rolling forward. And it did happen to fall inside the parameters though, so that one will still count. The white flag is up. And Damani records 8.04, so well down on the seed mark. But of course, with the impact of the netting, that was always going to be the case. Now this is Maya Twentyman. She came second in the shot put yesterday. That's a beautiful release there from Twentyman, who's going to get more than 20 metres. That one is clear. So already a silver medal in the shot put, a real power athlete. And 2.483, it's big. And at the moment, that is in medal contention. Now, Avery Johnston from the Combined Independent Schools Association. Johnston with a stand and deliver approach and gets good flight on that as well. So that'll be once more up around that 20-metre mark. 21.63 is her seed mark. 1.756, so a little bit of room to grow here for Avery Johnston with 1.756. Of course, 21.63 the seed mark. This now from the Hunter Association, Audrey Keating. Keating with a smooth release there. Good flight about the discus. Not wobbling around. Well, it does look to be roughly in the ballpark of that previous attempt from Avery Johnston. 1.777, so very close indeed. Less than 20 centimetres between those last two attempts. That one, a beautiful delivery here from Evie Bateman from the North Coast. Nice swirling style. And that should be up over 20 metres. So the seed mark for her, 20.21. Oh, it's very close, 1.965. So now from Sydney West, Shreya Iyer. Iyer with a nice swirl in the release, but that one just sailing wide. So that will be a foul. The red flag is up. Now from the Riverina district, Nikaisha Williams. The seed mark of 19.19. That one heading to the left, but still a good purchase on it. Of course, when we tend to see them head to the left or the right, it does sacrifice a little bit in the way of meterage. That's still a good one. 2.062 up over 20 metres there. So that does indeed achieve beyond the seed mark by more than a metre. Now, Aaliyah Byrne here for Western Association. That's very close to where the previous attempt from Williams went. So, should see that one up around that mark as well. So 1.901 there for Aaliyah Byrne. Just a metre shy of the attempt from Williams. First attempt here as we move on to our next competitor from the North Coast. That's Kayla Hackney. In fact, that's not Kayla Hackney. I think we've had a slight change in order here. Let's get a quick check in here because we've had a slight change in the order of our discus throwers. We have come across a little bit of a discrepancy there. So that was Amaya Fahina who was throwing previously. This now is Kayla Hackney. And Hackney stands and delivers. Nice release here from the Riverina product. So Amaya Fahina has already thrown. 18.96 was her total. And Kayla Hackney with 1.685. And now Layla Burbage, of course, has already thrown directly into that netting, so a foul for her. And this here is Isabel Collins with a seed mark of 16.05. I think she might actually best that seed mark. And she has indeed 1.649, the result there for Isabel Collins. So improving on the seed mark by 44 centimetres. And now from Sydney North, Grace Kelly. So strong seed mark from Grace, 28.24 metres. And it's a big swing of the arm and a long distance here too. Good flight about it. So 28.24. her personal mark to beat coming into this. I think she might actually be the strongest seed qualifier here. Yes, she is. And 2.471, so it's a strong total as well. That puts her right up near the top of our scorers. I think that might actually be third place so far. This now, Madeline Kimball. Kimball heading wide there. And nearly colliding with our marshal. So that one will be a foul outside of the border lines. Now here's another contestant to watch, Lucy Turner, a seed mark of 25.41. Representing Sydney's North. And if she hits that seed mark, that'll put her right up in contention. That one skirting the sideline and just hopping out across that mark. So foul there for Lucy Turner, as Isabella Harding-Brown, representing the Polding Association. Now steps up to the mark. 21.71 is her particular marker for the seed mark. And this one again heading out towards the right. That one is potentially known. I think it's just flown out in the end there. So a foul called there for Isabella Harding-Brown. Now from the south coast, here's Matilda Forsdyke. A seed mark of 18.04. Really nice release here from Isabella. That'll go some distance. Sorry, I should say Matilda Forsdyke. So 18.04. Also seed mark. And it's a good one. 2.396 is the mark here. So 2.396. That does put her right up in finals contention at this point. A very strong throw. Top 5 at least so far from Matilda Forsdyke. Now, Matar Mokafisi. That one is off the side netting and just landing outside of that line initially, so that will be a foul. It does have a strong C mark of 23.14 though. And now Emma Russell set to hop up. A seed mark of 22.29 from Sydney's East. From Laguna Street Primary. And that one just squeezing inside. It's a nice release in the end. So the white flag is up. It's cleared. The Dido effect, as I like to call it. And that's a strong one. 22 metres exactly there for Emma Russell. Just shy of the C mark of 22.29. But she won't mind that. That's also up in finals contention. And now Bernice Valey from Sydney East Association. That one perhaps a little shy of the seed mark of 21.09. First attempt though, of course. Still 2 more to come. A little bit of a wobble about that discus there. 1.824, the mark there for Bernice Valey. So now Alexa Lemura, hailing from 5 Dock and representing the MacKillop Association. AH 5 Dock, the school. Nice release right up the middle. She does have a very strong C mark of 25.2. That is one of the biggest in this field. And there's some smiles coming around from the measurements. 1949, so just underneath that 20-metre mark. But we know she's got a much bigger throw in her arsenal. Around about an extra 5 metres, that seed mark. So still one to watch here, Alexa Lemura. Now from the Sydney Southwest Association, the Wattle Grove Primary School, Amelia Sribanovsky. Sribanovsky with a nice little bending attempt there from right to left. That will also be around that 20-metre mark. We'll get the official call coming through in just a moment. Yeah, it's good. 2-1-1-9. It's a strong effort here. 21 metres and 19 centimetres. Up and over that seed mark of 20.41. It's now Zalia Bathy has the attempt. In fact, there might have been a slight little change of order here too. This might actually be Carolina Bassina, I think. The Sydney Southwest. We'll just have to check on that one because that has changed. This should now be Zalia Bathy for the North Coast.
Gabriel's castle rule 2 McKillop and 2 Polding in this field is well under 4-minute pace here, our race leader. Jacob Zennis and McKillop holding first and second, Polding holding third and fourth, Brandon Polina, that is in third. And they're just coming through with 400 metres to go here with St Joseph's East Maitland represented from Polding. Sebastian stays in the T38 classification. So that was 1, 2, and 4, all in the T20 classification. Sebastian stays the only one in the classification in T38. Please have a Sydney West manager to the finish line, please. A Sydney West manager.
So another discrepancy there in the order, but we've sorted that out. And that now Tavita. That one's sailing wide though. So a foul there, and just to clue you in, we'll soon be shifting across to the multi-class shot put. We'll certainly be checking back in with the 8 to 10 girls discus as we approach the finals a little later though. So a nice release comes in here from Abby Beck from the Nowra Hill Primary School, representing the South Coast, a seed mark of 17.64. And it's really nice here too. 2-1-5-2 for Abby Beck, that first round of attempts here. Now Cleo Carapa. Stand and deliver approach, of course, picked up a bronze medal yesterday with the shot put. And that one right up along the right-hand side. Measurement coming through. It is cleared, of course, with the flag. And 1962, so well and truly up and over the seed mark of 16.83. It's not quite finals contention as of yet, though. Got to be up and over that 20-metre mark before we start taking a closer look at that. And now our last competitor here for the first round, Annabelle Vanderberg. And she's produced something special there. The pirouette comes out ballerina style, and then a big flight on that discus. 22.07 is the seed mark, and I think that might be bigger. It's massive. 2.420. That puts her right up there. Just taking a quick look at some of the results so far. I think that actually has her into third place, just after Grace Kelly in second, and Alana Smith, who got things underway for us with 25.2. Here she is again. We'll catch this quick throw here, and then we'll head across to the shot put. And that is nice from Alana Smith, once more representing the Polding Association. The second attempt here. We'll get this one coming through, and then we'll have a brief intermission whilst we head across to shot put. So result being checked. White flag is up. It's all clear. And 2-5-1-0. So again, Alana Smith throwing big here and well and truly in the lead. We'll call that there. We'll pick up again as we head across to the Shotput right here on day 2 of the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships.
See two more athletes here collect the ball. This is Molly Spatino of Sydney North has put in a bit of a surge. Jay Breeze put the score coming for her as she goes around the track one more time. Our race winner taking line on us in this event. Mia Hogan, the only time fighter for Sydney Girls 800 metre multiclass. Patrick's Alder represented very, very strong for perfect technique as she worked towards the line. Sydney Southwest, Chloe Hunter, T0103 from Canada. Public school.
Okay, we're going to go there because they're missing a heap of strollers.
Oh,
and so the order's all over the place.
yeah, okay.
So we'll come back for that when it's a bit more sort because a lot of them are still competing at 800.
Yeah, okay.
So they've said it's probably best to get through round 2, come back for round 3 / the finals.
Yep.
Yeah, about 5 to 10 minutes.
go.
Slightly concentrated in front of the first time final for the Sydney Boys 800 metre multi-class. The only one to go with it so far.
Welcome back here to the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships for 2023. This is the girls 8 to 10 discus. And we've headed back here because we're still waiting on a few contestants over on the multi-class shotput who are caught up in a few events, including the 800 metres. So we'll head back over there when it's finals time. But we'll keep you here with the action for the discus in the meanwhile. That one into the side netting. And then ultimately a foul call there for Isabel Collins, representing the Hunter region, and now from the North Coast, this is Amaya Fahina. Through 18.96 on her first attempt, seed mark of 19.58. And Fahina going long here. So 19.58, her personal mark to beat. And certainly one to watch here is Grace Kelly. So she's up and around that marker at this point. And the seed mark coming into this, the strongest of all 40 competitors. So she'll be up next. We're just getting the final result through for Amaya Fahina. But here is Grace Kelly. 22.14 for Amaya Fahina, really strong total there. That one also clear here for Grace Kelly. And it's travelled some distance too, so 24.71 her first attempt. I think this might be bigger. It's huge. 2.960 for Grace Kelly. Well and truly into the lead now. So gold medal position as it stands here for Grace Kelly. Still a whole nother attempt after this for all of our throwers. And we've got two competitors who have headed off a little early here. That's both Madeline Kimball and Lucy Turner. They're involved in the relay. So up steps Isabella Harding-Brown from Polding. Smooth release, good technique here from Harding-Brown. First attempt was a foul. 21.71 is the seed mark. And 1.870 there for Isabella Harding-Brown. Now on the board after the first attempt was a foul. And now Matilda Forsdyke, representing the South Coast, is set to get us back underway here. Might also see floating around the track at the moment the boys 11 to 13 years old 800 metre multi-class division. But this now here is Matilda Forsdyke. And just a reminder as well, of course, multiple streams running concurrently today. And that is big once again here from Matilda Forsdyke, who's really stepped up today. Hailing from Jindabyne, representing the South Coast, 23.96 the first attempt. I think this one's bigger. And 2.485, it certainly is bigger. And that would put her, from what I've got here, into that bronze medal position. Alana Smith currently in second. And Grace Kelly in that gold medal position, 29.6, outdoing her qualifying result of 28.24. This now is Mata Mokafisi. Left hand comes out. That's huge too. That's a lovely throw from Mokafisi. And this could be big. This should be up around that 23-24 mark at least. They're clearing that. They're happy. And 2.560, so it's even bigger. Well, we now have a new silver medal placement. That's gone in front of Alana Smith, and certainly in front of her seed mark of 23.14. So well done, Marta. As Emma Russell also goes long here. The first attempt was a good one, 22 metres. This one cleared through as well. And this one an improvement by 40 centimetres, 22 metres and 40 centimetres, 2240. Also besting her seed mark by 11 centimetres. As now Bernice Vale from Hannons Road Public School in Sydney's East. That's the attempt. That's gone into the side netting. There's a bit of a shock about the result as well. But not dwelling on it, skipping away too. So terrific to see a real roller coaster of emotions there from Bernice Valley. So now Alexa Lemura out of AH5 Dock Public School, representing the MacKillop Association. 25.2 the seed mark. If she throws that, she'll be right up there. It's gone long, this one, swirling back inside that right-hand boundary. Not the smoothest flight for the discus, though. It was wobbling, and unfortunately for Alexa, the wind picked up at the exact same time too. And 1914, so it's a little bit shy of the first attempt of 1949, and still well from her seed mark here. She'll need to try and get closer to that particular measurement on the last attempt if she is to push for a top 8 berth. That gives the girls an extra 3 throws to try and claim that gold medal position. Here now is Amelia Srubanovsky. Srubanovsky hitting the netting and then not coming back into play. That will be a foul. So now this should be Zalia Bathy. There was a bit of a mix-up in the order with these throwers last time, and yes, this time they're all sorted. So just over 17 metres, the first attempt from Zalia Bathy. Good technique in this one, floating out towards that left-hand side. That should be an improvement on the first effort, though. 17.29. I think this might just be creeping into that 18 to 19 metre territory. Measurement coming, and result about to be cleared. There's the wave. It's even better, 2087. It's a good one, up over 20 metres and blowing her previous seed mark of 18.31 out of the water, more than 2.5 metres longer than her best qualifying attempt to get to this point across our public schools. And Carolina Bassina, unfortunately, hitting the side netting there. So the mesh is as far as that discus goes. That is a foul. 16.39. Her best effort so far as VR to Vita. I'll have an attempt here now. Her first one also resulting in a foul. Seed mark of 20.73, but of course the mark to beat at the moment, Grace Kelly, 29.6. That one, a high lofted attempt. Perhaps a little bit too much elevation. That will fall well short of her seed mark of 20.73. And 1.610 there for VR to Vita. And now Abby Beck, who threw a very strong 21.52 on her first attempt, goes long again. I think this will be about the same distance. 2 more throws to come, and this is a woman certainly to watch. Cleo Carapa, already picking up bronze in the shot put. And 1971 for Abby Beck, that previous attempt. Here is Cleo now. Cleo Carapa, well, I've put the commentator's curse on her. The The laugh and the smile comes out. That one has gone almost backwards there. Just clinging onto it a little bit too long on the release for Cleo Carapa, representing the Hunter Association. And now Annabelle Vandenberg, who registered 24.2 in her first attempt, which was an absolute cracker. It's put her right up towards medal contention. And this one looks brilliant as well. That's massive from Annabelle Vandenberg, who evidently loves the camera. Putting on a real show for us. Well, that might be in the territory of Grace Kelly. It's right up there. And 2.543. It is big from Annabelle Vandenberg. Not quite enough to knock Grace Kelly off the perch, but that does put her into a silver medal placing now. Now, this woman here was in silver at the beginning of round 2. This is the third attempt. 2.092 here from Alana Smith. Not quite as big as she was hoping, so she's just outside of that medal placing at the moment, but certainly on the way to a top 8 berth. But as it stands, Grace Kelly currently in first with 29.6. Maya Twentyman with her second attempt of 26.21 in second. And then I believe just creeping in front, Mata Mokafisi with 25.6. Annabelle Vandenberg then into fourth with 25.43. So that's the quick running accumulation. So we saw Fleur Storley with 1.643 for her third attempt. So that is her best mark of the day. And she really has improved on that seed mark too of 14.98. Now bear with me for just a moment. I'll quickly check in with our Shotput results, and we'll see if we do have to head across to just get across the finals there, and then we'll try and quickly return here for the finals of Discus. So we'll continue the stream for the moment. Just a pause in commentary though.
Still waiting?
Yeah, I've asked someone to come over and like get us when they're ready to fire.
Yeah.
Welcome back here to the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. This is the girls 8 to 10 discus throw, third attempt. And a strong attempt here too from Mahalia Burns. fact, that might have been Alexandra Freelingsdorf. Burns not involved in this particular event, but that is big. And it certainly is big. That will put her up in the finals contention, 2-5-3-1. So just to clue you across, you might have missed. Results here running from Alana Smith, where we picked up from the commentary. Not improving on her best of 25.2. Fleur Storley picking up 16.43. Malia Matakayongo picking up 14.12. And that previous attempt there was from Maisie Hancock, 24.09. So that is also pushing for a finals berth in the top 8. Indy Clayton having just thrown there as well, and it's come off a little worse for wear there. And Zara Rahman throwing through on that occasion. Result coming through now. That one, 1-7-3-1 for Zara Rahman. So Alexandra Freelingsdorf, 25.31. Clemia Edwards, 16.87. Manaya Futialo Ross with 20.45. And Adiva Shannon had a foul. This here now is Dana Damani, representing Sydney's East. Third attempt here, and again, just to clue you in, checking in with the Multiclass Shotput. They're still awaiting some of their competitors. So once we've got everything sorted, we'll be heading across there to give you the coverage of the finals and hopefully back here in time for the finals of this particular event. This now, Maya Twentyman, currently in the silver medal position. And she won't be able to improve on her 26.21. That one will still count, though, off the netting and then falling just shy off the grass itself. Seed mark of 23.58. And just over 7 metres there for Maya Twentyman, but still in that silver medal position as it stands. So Avery Johnston here, representing the combined independent schools. Johnston again with that stand and deliver approach, but she doesn't seem particularly happy with that one. Puts the hands to the head. It's going to be well shy of her seed mark of 21.63. 17.56, her best result so far today. 1-4-4-7. That result there, as Audrey Keating now for the Hunter Association. It's a nice release here, Keating. 17.77, her personal mark to beat. She'll need to pop up and above 20 to have any look in for a potential finals berth, but I think that's now sitting more around the 24 mark. Certainly her best effort today, though, 1950. And that's a nice strong attempt there from Evie Bateman out of Coffs Harbour, representing the North Coast. 22.5 to her previous mark. This will be close to that as well. Really nice technique from Bateman. And 2-1-8-3, that result. This is Shreya Iyer. Lovely lofted release there. Perfect flight of the discus. It was smooth. So 23.78. The previous best effort. This will be close. 2-2-3-4 is the mark. Now Nakasha Williams out of Narandra, representing the Riverina Association. She's been called a foul there, so unable to improve on her 20.62. I don't quite think that'll be enough to go through to that top 8 final. Now, Aaliyah Byrne here. Seed mark of 19.64. Best effort today, 19.01 as the rain starts here at Sydney Olympic Park. And Byrne goes long. That one probably falling a little bit shy of the 20-metre mark. More and more sprinkles accumulating. 1964. In fact, confirmed as 1967 here for Aaliyah Byrne. Her best effort of the day and up and above her 1964 seed mark. So well done to Aaliyah. Now, Kayla Hackney from the Riverina region. Best today of 16.97, the seed mark 18.54. That one, 168 for Kayla Hackney. And now Layla Burbage. And this one also sailing wide. So unfortunately for Layla, all 3 attempts resulting in fouls. So she won't be progressing through to our finals. And now Isabel Collins. First attempt, 16.49. Second attempt, a foul. The seed mark, 16.05. That one floating about, nice and straight, but not quite getting that frisbee-like action off the release. And 1758 for Isabel Collins. This now, Amaya Fahina. And plenty of elevation on that. And also pretty good distance too. That should be up over 20 metres. Her best so far today, 22.14. That might be enough to creep inside the top 8. Flag is cleared. In fact, it's very big. 2.642 from Amaya Fahina. That actually puts her certainly in the top 3. And in fact, it puts her into second. And now Grace Kelly, unable to improve on her 29.6. She's still in first place, though. It's a gold medal position at the moment for Grace Kelly. That one off the side netting. But still cleared, landing inside the field of play. 7.8 metres there for Grace Kelly. I believe Madeline Kimball and Lucy Turner are still racing as part of the relay, so they will have to make their 2 attempts in a little bit of time. This here is Harding Brown. Squeezing it just inside that left-hand edge of the field of play. 18.7 the previous attempt. The first attempt was a foul. 21.71 the seed mark. So 1714. Harding Brown unable to improve on the 18.7. A little bit shy of the seed mark, and now Matilda Forsdyke, who's been in real good form. 18.04 the seed mark, 23.96 the next attempt, 24.85 the last one, so continues to improve. That one's pretty long as well. I don't think it'll best the 24.85 though. But again, a good release. She's in great form here today. The 2 attempts so far, 5 and 6 metres plus respectively over the seed mark. 2-1-1-3 So strong again, all three attempts over that 20-metre mark. Now, Matar Mokafisi has had 2 attempts, 1 a foul, and the best one so far, 25.6, has her in finals contention. She'll have another crack here. And that one is long, high. That could be the best mark so far. That's very big. Well, that'll put pressure on Grace Kelly here. I think this could be a new front runner. It's certainly cleared. Flags up. And 2.812. Yeah, so 2.812. It's not quite enough to get in front of Grace Kelly, but it is now second place for Matar Mokafisi. Emma Russell with a nice flight once again here, just twisting slightly in the air, that discus. And that won't be enough to get in front of Matar Mokafisi. But she's been quite consistent so far. 22 metres the first attempt, 22.4 the second. The seed mark, 22.29. And 2.134, so all the attempts roughly within a metre of one another. Denise Vale now. That one a smooth flight there from Vale, representing the Sydney East Association. Seed mark of 21.09. Previous best today, 18.24. A lot of noise ringing out here. I think that one just over 2.047. There's a lot of noise here at Sydney Athletics Centre, as there always is when we get some of our racers coming around behind us on the track. Now, Alexa Lemura from the McKillop Association. That one off the side netting, I think just landing inside, so that will still count, but it won't best her effort of 19.49 on the first attempt. So now Amelia Sribanovsky will be the next to throw from the Sydney Southwest Association. Result cleared, and 6.47 here for Alexa Lemura. Now, Amelia Sribanovsky, she's already thrown beyond her seed mark today of 20.41. First attempt, 21.19, a foul last time, but definitely potential to squeeze in to the finals here. We know she has got the ability. Sribanovsky again with a stand and deliver approach. Good flight about it. I don't quite think that's gone beyond her first attempt of 21.19. We'll soon get confirmation. But the marker really has been raised. I think about 24 is now the cutoff. So 2.056, just a little shy of her best effort, but well done to Amelia. Now this is Zalia Bathy. Bathy getting a nice little twist there and releasing well. 20.87, her personal mark to beat. .1697 here for Zalia Bathy, so not besting her 20.87. Now Carolina Bassina, who has a seed mark of 21.3, but best legal effort so far, 16.39. That one again, not getting quite the smoothest flight through the air. I think that has gone beyond the 16.39 though, but it won't be big enough to see her progress through to that top 8 finals portion of this competition for the girls 8 to 10 discus throw. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage on Bar TV and also New South Wales School Sports Unit on the YouTube channel. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you do so you never miss a moment of the action. Via to Vita. The C mark of 20.73. Best throw today of 16.1. This one's gone about the same distance though. 1.621, so that has improved by 11 centimetres on the previous best. Well done to Tavita there. Abby Beck off the netting and then falling well short of the grass. 21.52, her best mark so far today. This one will be maybe around about 4 or so metres. Just recapping, of course, Grace Kelly still in that gold medal position, 29.6. So she is the pace setter at the moment. Maya Twentyman also right up thereabouts. It's looking like we might see Maisie Hancock also in the final. Certainly Alexandra Freelingsdorf with a 25.31. That's quite big. Alana Smith, first attempt, 25.2. That should see her squeeze in as well. This one a little bit difficult to calculate here, given it's still fallen inside the netting. Maya 20 men with 26.21. This one now coming through with confirmation of 3.03 for Abby Beck. Now Cleo Karapa certainly has strength about her work. 19.62 the first effort. Bronze medal yesterday in the shot put. That one, however, straight into the netting, so she won't be able to improve on that first effort. 19.62, followed by 2 fouls. One final attempt here for Annabelle Vanderberg before we reach the final stage of the competition. Now, she's been in fine form today, 22.07 the C mark. First attempt, 24.2. Improved on that with the second, 25.43. Can she continue the trend here? And again, it's a lovely release and a lot of energy put into the throw itself from the Combined Independent Schools Association. I think this might be a little bit shy of the previous efforts though. Maybe more around that 23-metre mark instead. And 2.224, so just under that 23 mark. So that's all of our initial rounds here. The first 3 attempts. There will be a short break whilst they tabulate finals positions. What we'll do is we'll just check in before we head across and see where the shot put is actually up to. They might still be waiting on a few of their particular competitors to come across. In fact, they'll be coming to us. So give us one brief moment and we'll find out exactly where we're heading next as to whether we stay here for the finals or quickly check in with the shot put stakes.
last year by 1/100 of a second. The last one was to Williams race.
Let me just swap the audio over.
So just a little update for our viewers here. We're going to just pause on the girls' 8 to 10 discus throw whilst they continue tabulating the finals positions. We'll come back to make sure we do cover all the results there. We should be heading back roughly by the second attempt of the finals, but for the meantime, this stream will continue over on the Multiclass Shotput. So bear with us and we'll quickly change positions here on our field stream as part of the New South Wales School Sports Unit and Bar TV YouTube channels. Welcome back here to the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships, live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre across the New South Wales Sydney Sport Unit YouTube page and also, of course, Bar TV. So what we are seeing here is just the final moments of the boys 11 to 13 shot put multi-class. Now there's a bit of a tabulation process involved as well to get our top 8 competitors who'll have an extra 3 attempts. And the one issue we've been having so far this morning is that there's been competitors across multiple events who are involved in this shot put, so they've been back and forth. There's been no real semblance of an order. So we're going to try and bring you the finals component of it. Make sure that you do get a chance to check out your athletes, your family members. And then also, we'll be trying to head across to the Discus to get at least the final attempt of the 3 here for the last phase of the competition with the girls 8 to 10 discus throwing, which we've been covering so far throughout the morning as well. So, of course, just keep in mind 3 different streams, 1 for track, 2 for field. And right now, your current track occurring, I believe this might be the boys 12 to 13, 800 metres. We've just seen the girls 12 to 13, 800 metres. And just a short little break here for the multi-class boys 11 to 13 shot put, whilst we calculate the percentages, of course, with the multi-class. Differing abilities, as a result, different baselines, and those baselines help us calculate a final percentage that we apply it to the distance thrown before we know exactly what order we finished in for both qualifying into the finals and the end result as well. So we'll keep the stream running, but a quick break in commentary whilst that occurs. And we'll try and keep you across both the discus and the multi-class shot put.
Southwest competitor, Philippa Tonis as well, just before the bell, sits in 3rd place at the moment. In front of this field, Jeremy Redford coming through from Sydney Grammar. Starting to try and stretch out Cristiano Cacaro's nice tip. It's Lois after his 1,500 metre mighty performance on day 1, the first event of the championships, and all of the match race was run into the straight. With the senior boys 800 PSSA state championship title, the wind's picked up. The rain is pouring down here at Sydney Olympic Park, and this man Cristiano Cacaro supplies the 10th represented with a state gold medal. That's the air, though, 208.39 as a new record. Jeremy Lincoln in 2nd place. Terrific battle for 3rd.
Look at you doubting me being the weatherman.
208.
I mean, it's meant to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to keep pretty hard.
It's gonna be rainy for like the next hour or 2, but that should cease off like that.
That's actually good.
Peter Cardi or Anthony Noyes, please go to the finish line. Peter Cardi or Anthony Noyes, you are at the finish line.
No, they're just taking that long to actually sort it out.
I think that. I don't think they're able to score. They've got so much sense for the 3.
Pity it's raining. What's your next gig after this one?
I'm not too sure actually. Usually they pull me up a little bit in advance. Oh, sorry, not that advanced. They're just like, we need you. Like, alright.
Do you like freelance with them or?
Yeah, I'm freelance, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the close getters in the junior girls Multiclass 800 metres. The medals today are presented by Brett Burgate, New South Wales PSSA primary principals representing.
One day every 2 weeks at Oxford.
In third position, Harmonium Ria Jane.
Pick up this in between if I get something like this. Bob off with other stuff.
Our silver medalist from Marana Heights, Lexi Grimwell. And our gold medalist and 2023 champion from St. Aloysius Chisholm, we congratulate Sienna Compton.
Okay. Hungry? I'm going to find out the order.
Your attention to the grandstand, we'd like to acknowledge Cristiano Alcaraz from CIS, who just broke the record in the senior boys 800 metres, a new time of 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Congratulations to Cristiano.
We're good to go.
Alright, awesome.
Do you want me to flip that?
I can do that for you. I'll give you this one. And you just say, alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the close getters in the senior girls Multiclass 800 metres. Our bronze medalist.
So this here is Hayden Reed now throwing for the 11 to 13 boys shot put multi-class, and of course with how this all works, won't have a definitive idea on who's coming where. 603 is thrown by Hayden Reed. We need to, of course, calculate percentage related to a baseline, so it's not just the distance that is important here. It's Massimo Casino, representing the McKillop region. He is now our next shot putter to step up to the mark here. And conditions really deteriorating as well at Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. There's a fair bit of rain, the wind also swirling around. And that certainly doesn't dissuade Massimo Casino here. Gives that one a good hurl. It's coming in quite literally sideways too, so myself and our cameraman are really trying to protect things here. The camera itself is all wrapped up. And 5.89 for Massimo Casino on his first attempt in the final 7 here. So final 7, not a final 8. We've already had one of our top 8 competitors who's thrown yesterday. So this now is James Tarr, representing the McKillop region. And Tarr with a decent effort here. It's up around that 6 metre mark, so that's strong. And exactly 5.5 metres there for James Tarr on the first attempt. Jeremiah Middleton now representing the combined independent schools. They'll be using I believe 2 kilogram shot put is the orange one here. Some throwers will be utilising a 3 kilogram shot put. Here comes Jeremiah Middleton. That's a lovely long throw from Jeremiah. That's big, and he's pretty happy with that one too. They'll be measuring this one out a fair bit to track 2. And it's 6.46. It's a big one here from Jeremiah Middleton. And he looks very happy with it too, bouncing around as he gets back into the shelter. They're all covering up here at Sydney Olympic Park. The grandstand is absolutely chockers at the moment. There was a lot of people on the hill earlier on. As this attempt comes in from Kai Davies, representing Sydney's North. White flag is up, so that's clear to go. And the measurement coming through, and everybody trying to cover up here a little bit. Got the big hats out, the overcoats. And it's 6.64 from Kai Davies. That's big as well. Now, Matt Pendergraust stepping up now. It's Pendergraust out of lovely Bomaderry on the South Coast and representing the South Coast Association here in the yellow and blue top. And I'll just dry off the shot put here, utilising the 2 kilogram shot put. It's a nice throw here too from Pendergraust. And as well and truly up over that 6 metre mark. That might be encroaching on 7 or so. And 6.66, well, it's evil for some, but Matt will enjoy that one. That's so far the furthest distance thrown here in the finals part of this competition. Of course, just a reminder though, if you're just tuning in for the multi-class, it's only one of the factors at play is now Zane Graham throws long, white flag is up. Each of these athletes has a baseline related to their ability levels, and then a percentage is calculated. So 6.31 there on the first attempt for Zane Graham. Hayden Reid once more will be the man to step up here for his second attempt in this final series here for the multi-class shot put. Boys 11 to 13 division, the senior boys. And Hayden Reid here from the Western Association. Utilising the 3 kilogram shot put here. Reid throwing long, throwing well here too. So I think that should best his 6.03 first attempt. Well done to Hayden Reid. Measurement coming in now. It certainly has 6.14, so an extra 11 centimetres added from that first attempt here in the final phase from Hayden Reid. Of course, we won't necessarily know who is in front. There's a special calculation that occurs utilising software, and they've got that set up in the tent to the left-hand side of your screen, undercover, fortunately. As now Massimo Casino has the crack, and this is long too. The McKillop Association. 5.89 was his first attempt. This is well and truly beyond that mark. 6.58. It's very big here from Massimo. So around about 70 extra centimetres from that previous attempt. Now James Tarr, also from the McKillop Association, has the throw here, the 2 kilogram shot put. This one should again be thereabouts that range from his first attempt, 5.5 metres. Might be a little bit more here though. So measurement coming through here for Massimo Casino. That's 5.64, so an extra 14 centimetres on the second attempt here for James Tarr. Now from the Combined Independent Schools Association, Jeremiah Middleton. Good approach here from Jeremiah, working through his process and then launching long, launching very long in fact. 6.46 was his last attempt. And I think once again this should be around that mark, maybe a little bit more, perhaps creeping up a little closer towards the 7. He was very happy with his previous attempt. And it's very close to that previous one, 6.40, so 6 centimetres shorter. Now, Kai Davies with his second attempt here, and I'm just having a little look behind me as well. So I'm not sure if we have actually gotten underway with the discus, but we're just about to begin now with Alana Smith. So we'll keep you across that where we can as well, as Kai Davies has the throw here for the multi-class shot put. And a great effort here from Kai Davies. 7.05, our first thrower in this finals phase to throw beyond 7 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award medals to the place winners. To the senior boys, multi-class, 800 metres. Medals today.
So the rain still pelting down here. It's eased off just a touch, but very cold too. First the precipitation, now the freezing conditions arrive. I do feel for these athletes. They unfortunately aren't competing in snow gear, which would be pretty useful at this point in time. But this now is Matt Pendergrout from the South Coast. Pendergrout throwing long. It's a good one. Out towards that left-hand channel. Now straighten things up here, nice and tidy. Measurement coming through. And 6.80 is the total here for Pendergrout. And last effort here of the second attempt in the finals. Now for Zane Graham, who coming into this phase of the competition was the leader. There's been some big throws before him. Son also pretty strong though from Graham, and he looks quite happy about it too. 6.31 his first attempt. This one again roughly in that ballpark, slightly out to the right. And it's an improvement, 6.54, an extra 23 centimetres for Zane Graham. So here we go, last round here for the finals. What we'll do is we'll quickly head across once this round is completed to the discus and try and give you the final results there. And then we'll also check in once all those calculations have been completed via the software, because that does take a bit of time here for the multi-class shot put. So we'll be back and forth pretty quickly. And now Hayden Reid with his last attempt here for Western Association. White flag up. It's all clear and good to go. So we're also seeing the beginning here of the girls 8 to 10 4x100 metre relay. And that one for Hayden Reed. Again, they're about that 6 metre mark. And slippery conditions here too now for Massimo Casino to contend with. Seeing a little bit of water starting to pool in that circle. Casino's thrown 6.58 his last attempt. This one is strong again from Massimo. So they'll bring that right back to the middle here with the measurement. And 6.02 from Massimo Casino. Not quite as strong as his second attempt, which was, in fairness, a very good one, 6.58, which is the fourth best attempt here in this finals phase. So now James Tarr once more tracks long here with his final attempt. Best one to date in this finals phase, 5.64. This should best it. And it will, 5.86. So he's put another 22 centimetres, and he has improved with every attempt here in the finals phase. 5.5, 5.64, now 5.86. Here is Jeremiah Middleton for the combined independent schools in the 11 to 13 senior boys multi-class shot put. That is a strong release there from Jeremiah Middleton out towards the left, leaving a huge divot too. You might just be able to see in the background as well some of our relay runners attempting to warm up. It's very cold. And 6.63 for Jeremiah Middleton. His best effort so far, 6.63. Well done to Jeremiah. Now, Kai Davies, who's the only thrower in this finals phase to crack that 7 metre mark. That should put him right up there in medal contention. Davies going really long here. And he's pumped about that. Looks back with approval. The white flag is up. It's a clear throw. And it is massive from Davies. 7.59. He puts an extra 54 centimetres on his second attempt. Oh, he could come roaring into contention potentially for a gold medal here in the multi-class boys 11 to 13 shot put. Two final attempts here. Matt Pendergrout and Zane Graham. This is Matt now. And then, of course, we'll quickly hop over to the discus, where we should be midway through the finals portion. They are certainly still going. So there is Alana Smith again having another attempt. So this should be either the second round or the third round of the finals, as Pendergrout here for the multi-class shot put. Throws a nice effort here. Up over that 6 metre mark. We'll get the exact measurement in just a moment. And 6.68. So very consistent from Pendergrout. 6.66, 6.8 and 6.68. Now, Zane Graham, who's taken off the hat for this last attempt, he's all business now. I'm looking for a big run up here as Graham throwing perhaps not a cleaner release compared to his previous effort of 6.54, but it will be up over that 6 metre mark again. Let's wait for this measurement to come through, and we'll be heading across back to the discus. And 6.19. So whilst they calculate that, which of course involves percentages and baselines, we're going to head across to the discus, and then we'll also clue you in on the results here for the multi-class ability shot put, once that does come through in about 5 to 10 minutes' time. Welcome back here to the girls 8 to 10 discus. We're into the finals component here for the New South Wales PSSA Sydney Athletics Championships. We've got our final 8 and we're just towards the end of round 2 of throws here in the final. Just recapping the top marks achieved by each of our throws here in the final 8 so far. Alana Smith, 25.1. Her previous attempt was a foul. Alexandra Freelingsdorf, 25.31. She's got one more attempt to go. Annabelle Vandenberg, 25.43. That was achieved in qualifying. Maya Twentyman, 26.48. That was her most recent attempt. That actually jumps her in front of Maya Fahina, 26.42. Lucy Turner, still with her qualifying attempt of 27.67, is the current bronze medal placer. And Marta Mokafisi, 28.12 in that silver medal place. And Grace Kelly, 29.6. So Marta Mokafisi should be up next here for her second attempt. So representing Sydney West Association, here comes Marta Mokafisi. Her second last attempt of the day. After this, we move into the final attempt for all of our throwers once Grace Kelly has gotten through. So Marta Mokafisi now looking to best 29.6. That is the lead at the moment for the gold medal with Grace Kelly. And Mokafisi, that one into the side netting and a foul. So she won't be able to improve on that 28.12 at the moment. So as a result, still Grace Kelly in front here, 29.6. Now for a little bit of breathing room, she'll be hoping to get over that 30-metre mark. It's a tough one to do. Of course, the all-time record, 39.21, set back in 2016 by Rachel Bardney. Here is Grace Kelly going huge, going long. I think that's over 30. That's big, and she's happy about it too. So Grace Kelly with her second finals attempt. This one might be her best effort so far, 29.6, clearing now. And it is indeed her best effort so far, 2.987. She has increased the margin a little bit here. An extra 27 centimetres on her best attempt so far. That now just pushes it, and it was just shy of the 30-metre mark. So here we go, last attempt for each of our throws. It all comes down to this. Alana Smith needing to best 29.87, her personal best so far today, 25.1. Alana Smith, that's a nice release here too. That will be up around her PB so far, 25.1. The white flag is up. That's cleared. Measurement coming through now. It's 2.349. The call there for Alana Smith. That won't be enough to progress any further. So well done to Alana, but she'll take out 8th place here for the girls 8 to 10 discus. And now representing Sydney North, Alexandra Freelingsdorf, currently in 7th. Freelingsdorf heading out to the left. She won't be able to improve on that 25.31, but well done to Alexandra. She will officially now claim 7th position. Annabelle Vandenberg here, who's now got the coat on. In fact, she's realised she now has the coat on, and that will soon be removed. Bit of a smirk as well from Annabelle. A smart approach, though, staying warm here. As I mentioned, the temperature has dipped savagely across Sydney. We'll get a little update on that front for you. We certainly know it's wet. Now it's just a matter of how cold is it as well. And it's dropped all the way down to 16 degrees. Set to continue raining for the next hour as well. Here is Vandenberg. Vandenberg going long. This one might just squeeze inside. It has done so. 25.43, her personal best so far. To get up into that medal position, she needs to extend this beyond 27.67. So measurement about to come through. Medal cutoff here, 27.67. That one might have actually been called out, I believe. There's no measurement coming through. It was very close. Our position obscured slightly by the poles, and I think that actually will be counted as a foul. So Annabelle Vandenberg securing 6th place. Maya Twentyman with 26.48 has actually popped up into 4th. This attempt not looking like it's going to be bigger. And it's 2-3-8-2 for Maya Twentyman. So at the moment she sits in 4th. Amaya Fahina with 26.42, just 6 centimetres shy. That was her last attempt in qualifying. It's now her last attempt for the finals phase. Can she hop back into 4th or potentially push herself into medal contention? Fahina with a nice long throw here. The discus, however, not quite circulating like the flying saucer as she would have wished. And that will cause a little bit of a reduction in the meterage. Measurement coming through. It's been cleared now. And 2-3-3-5. So Amaya Fahina unable to jump back in front of Maya Twentyman. She'll finish 5th. Maya Twentyman 4th, which means we now know who our medalists are. It's just a case of what final order at the moment. Lucy Turner, who steps up for her last attempt now with 27.67, has the bronze medal already sewn up. Can she go better than that, though? That release, not the one she would have liked, but well done to Lucy. She's claimed bronze. So 27.67, bronze medal here for Lucy Turner. So our Marta Mokafisi and Grace Kelly, they'll battle it out here for gold and silver. Their totals are still very close. Mokafisi's best attempt so far, 28.12. Grace Kelly, her last attempt, the best so far, 29.87. So Marta Mokafisi, one last chance to hop into that gold medal position. Mokafisi, that one just squeezing inside. I think it has. Yes, they'll have a little measurement here. I don't quite think that's going to be enough to jump in front of Grace Kelly. It was a very long throw from Kelly previously. That one's cleared. And it's 2-3-5-1, which means Grace Kelly has already claimed the gold medal here. So she can start celebrating. Gold sewn up for Grace Kelly. 29.87, can't be beaten. Let's see if she can finish with a PB, though. And it's a very rapid release here because Grace already knows she's claimed it. Well done to Grace Kelly. Gold medal. 29.87. So that will wrap it up here for the discus. Grace Kelly, gold with 29.87 metres. Marta Mokafisi, silver with 28.12. And Lucy Turner, the bronze medal, 27.67. And your other finishing order, Maya Twentyman in 4th with 23.82. Amaya Fahina, 5th with 23.35. Annabelle Vandenberg with 25.43 in 6th. So all of those competitors will go through to the next round in your first two reserves. Alexandra Freelingsdorf with 25.31 and Alana Smith with 23.32. .49 is the most recent attempt, but overall 25.1 for Alana Smith. So just recapping, Grace Kelly gold, Marta Mokafisi with silver, and Lucy Turner bronze, and also pushing through to the nationals in Launceston, Maya Twentyman, Amaya Fahina, and Annabelle Vandenberg. The two reserves, Alexandra Freelingsdorf and Alana Smith. And we'll have a brief pause in commentary here. I'll quickly find out the results from our multi-class shot put, and I'll come back across here and give you all the results from that particular competition.
Good, I'm just checking the schedule. I think it's high jump and long jump next. We'll take step to long jump. Yeah. So what's happening? Are they done? They just finished this one. Yeah, the discus. And yeah, we're just finding the results out for the Shotput. It looks like there might be another one of those. I'm just thinking, like, if you guys can see the set up where? Maybe in the shoulder or the hands. Oh yeah. Yeah, that could be good. These guys are doing long jump and I put them in the tank. Yeah. Looks like there's a heap of people sitting out there. And that could be a good one. Which one do you reckon we should go to next? I would say that one over there. Yeah, go to high jump. If that's what it is. I thought high jump was just sit there, but they can't really sit there. Not quite sure. Yeah, they can also do It says 10:45 high jump, 10:50 long jump, and shot. 11 and the essential one we had to get was the high jump. So yeah, let's high jump. Yep.
Madison Cabaret.
So I see what James looks like he's going to wrap up.
And our gold medalist from Claremont with a jump of 1.46. Let's congratulate our 2023 champion, Donald.
See how I go. I might need to get Darren to give me a print off to this kid.
Alright.
I think it's alright for now. And that is starting to clear a bit. Even if it's just there, and I'll use this until it dies, because it's going to keep raining. So I might just wait till it stops raining or it's unusable.
It's meant to stop completely raining in the next hour, according to the weather app. Which
So, hey, weatherman, ask me, going north. You're on a Port Macquarie. Okay.
so I think
we're gonna go for
gonna go
high jump.
to
Yep.
I'm just gonna turn the sound.
see outside of the first one yesterday, it's all been that side that's been winning. So
That's the one to do, apparently.
Ladies and gentlemen, I draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to award the medals to our place getters in the junior girls discus. Medals today will be presented by Brett Thurgate, New South Wales NSWPSSA Primary Principal Representative. Our bronze medalist from North Haven on the North Coast with a throw of 26.42 is Amaya Fahina. Our silver medalist from Avalon in Sydney North with a throw of 27.67 is Lucy Turner. And our gold medalist with a winning throw of 29.87 and our 2023 champion from Point Clare. Please congratulate Grace Kelly.
Confirmed for this side, just doing practice jumps. See going to the bar first. To the bar first. So good.
Could a team manager from CIS and a team manager from Sydney West please come to the finish line? Team manager from CIS and Sydney West required at the finish line.
I know. I was only sitting on the front.
Oh, yeah. And I figured out that the back was wet.
Yep. I should have warned you more.
Still very comfortable.
Welcome back here to the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships for 2023. This is the high jump here for the boys 8 to 10. Final stage of the competition, but the first round of jumps. That was Lewis Todd here. We'll be focusing on our flight 2 of 2 on this right-hand side. You might see a little bit of action occurring to the far side of the screen on the left, but we'll be focusing specifically on this right-hand mat. It's a short approach here as well from Tayshawn Simon, who clears quite easily here at 1.2 metres. Eli Lincoln from the South Coast representing Goulburn North, unable to clear there with a seed mark of 1.23 metres. Now this is Finn Leaversley from Sydney North. And Finn clears it beautifully here out of Rose Lee. He does have the highest seed mark here, 1.44 metres, so certainly one to watch. Nice tall athletic build. And Jonathan Taylor out of Warragamba, representing Sydney Southwest, not clearing that first effort. Now, Sergio Malquin Suarez, the next jumper to come. He'll be representing what should be the combined independent schools. There he is there, waiting for the bar to be put back on. He's certainly feeling the chill. Temperature has dropped all the way down to 16 degrees here at Olympic Park. And just recapping as well, for those who are tuning in a little earlier for the multi-class shot-put senior boys 11 to 13, we now have our medal placing that has come through. Kai Davies taking out the gold, Zane Graham the silver, and Finn Moore, who shot yesterday out of the chair, taking out third place. That is, of course, based on baseline ability, with the percentages being applied, as Malquin Suarez, unsuccessful in that first attempt. Now, Lewis McNaughton from the Mimosa School and the Sydney North Association with his first attempt here. A seed mark of 1.41 metres. And just clipping as he comes through. Of course, the all-time record here in terms of the height, set all the way back in 1995, one of the longest standing records we've seen for the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships meets, 1.55 metres. Chase Simpson, Graham and Thornell all managing that mark, but no further. So Samuel Mills now. In fact, no, Samuel Mills is from Paulding, and this here is the Sydney East outfits. That will be Joshua McGuinness from Annandale North. He has cleared. So a few changes of the order here. This should be Max Hubner based on that northwest strip. 1.26 metres is his seed mark. And are they now trying to get back into the correct order? I'm not sure here. So Max Hubner being called back over. And I'll just double check things here. There might actually be a mix-up in terms of what side they're jumping from. So Samuel Mills, no side of him as of yet. Levi Jakeman was running in a relay a little earlier, but he is here now. So he should be 18th order from the Riverina Association. But Samuel Mills, that's who we haven't seen as of yet, representing Paulding. But Max Hubner now given the all clear from Inverell, in the far north of the state. Here comes Hubner. Seed height of 1.26 metres that he has cleared. That one not happening this time around though. I believe this is Ari Unga now from the north coast. 1.21 his seed mark. Height here of course 1.2. Not clearing on the first attempt. Now from the Western Association, Joseph Fitzgerald, also looking to clear 1.2 metres here, the starting mark. And he approaches it beautifully. A lot of aggression in that run-up. And flying over the bar. First one cleared for the Western Association representative. Now Zeke Coughlin for Sydney's East. Coughlin nearly through, just the foot clipping right at the death. He does have a seed mark of 1.35 metres, an extra 15 centimetres from this point. That one not his best jump though, just clearing the bar. So now for Sydney's West, Raphael McIver from Blackheath Primary, sporting some gloves too, Mary Fowler-esque. He'll approach from the right-hand side. Up and not quite over the bar there. A little late to bring up the legs. First attempt unsuccessful here for Raphael McIver. And this will be Harley Win Right. So Jack Keogh. In fact, here he is now. Jack Keogh coming through. An unsuccessful attempt as Harley Win Right now, out of Roselle Public School, representing Sydney's East, with a seed mark of 1.3. Approaches the bar, and he simply steps over the top of it. That's fancy footwork from Harley Win Right. Now, Levi Jakeman, who's just come back from the relay, with a seed mark of 1.43, the second best seed mark across these competitors here. Hasn't cleared on the first attempt here at 1.2. Now Max Melross from Sydney's West out of Hobartville Public School. Nearly clearing there, just clipping at the death. And Jesse Alexander will approach from the left-hand side of the mat from the Combined Independent Schools Association. 1.34 his seed mark coming into this event. Here comes Jesse Alexander. Up and over. A beautiful jump from the Knox Prep student. So he is clear. Still a few jumpers to get through. Lewis Todd is one of them. And he now heads back out there now. The Parks student. He'll approach this one from the right-hand side. His second attempt now to clear 1.2 metres. Just clipping again right at the end here for Lewis Todd. He does have a seed mark of 1.33. But the 1.2 proving a little bit difficult here for him to begin with. He'll get one final attempt at things. And now Eli Lincoln should be the man to step up. Instead, got somebody else out here from the Sydney Southwest. I believe that might be Zachariah Sharp, because we haven't seen him as of yet for the Sydney Southwest. So this is likely Zachariah Sharp. And he clears it very, very easily there. 1.2 metres, his seed mark 1.25. So Samuel Mills still hasn't had a jump as of yet. We'll see if he does. He's the only one that's missing out at this point. We should now see Eli Lincoln having the crack himself. Instead, we've got a Western representative here. This might be... not sure who this might be here, actually. There's another attempt coming in. We've only got the few Western representatives. So that might even be Lewis Todd, potentially, with another attempt here. It's an unusual order that they're operating in at the moment. This, however, is Jonathan Taylor. If we're sticking by that order. The attempt here coming in, and that one is cleared. So still 1.2 metres the height to clear here. This now is Sergio Malquin Suarez. He'll approach from the left-hand side. Malquin Suarez, attempt number 2, clipping the bar. And Lewis McNaughton now stepping up here for Sydney's North with his second attempt at 1.2 metres. Approaching from the left-hand side. Swings the body up and over. McNaughton solid on the second attempt. He clears 1.2. So still no sign of Samuel Mills. This is Max Hubner with his second attempt. From the right-hand side, not really getting the legs up and over. Very diagonal with the approach from Max Hubner. It's now Ari Unga has his second attempt. And Unga collecting the bar there, his seed mark 1.21, just over this height. His best attempt in qualifying. And now Zeke Coughlin for Sydney East. Coming out of the Cronulla region. And Zeke, spectacular second effort here. Well and truly easing over the bar. And this is Raphael McIver. Second attempt for him. From the right-hand side, up he goes, just not quite getting above that bar though. Jack Keogh now from the North Coast out at Lake Cat-Eye. Just up towards beautiful Port Macquarie. Keogh Not enjoying that approach there on the run-up, so he'll have another crack at them from this right-hand side, and then warming up after him is Levi Jakeman. So Keogh now with the official second attempt. This time he likes it a little bit more, but still not clearing. 1.29 metres is his seed mark. This one's still at 1.2. Now Levi Jakeman and Finley Public School, representing the Riverina Association from the left-hand side of the mat. And clears it with aplomb here. Levi Jakeman, 1.2 metres done and dusted. This is Max Melross now for Sydney West. And Melross, lovely clearance there, and a few applause ringing out from the stands as well up on the hill. And we head all the way back to the beginning here with Lewis Todd. Last attempt, and he clears. So Lewis Todd is through on the final attempt here. Does have a seed mark of 1.33. Now, Eli Lincoln should be the man here. Yes, he is. So now we seem to be back into some sort of order here. He's still wearing the Western outfit. So we might have to get a little check on that. He's listed here as the South Coast. But from what I've got in front of me, that should be Eli Lincoln. He finds his mark and looks to approach here. Third and final attempt at this height. And unfortunately, another flag falling there, so that'll be done and dusted here. Jonathan Taylor now, the man looking for his third attempt. So Eli Lincoln, so that should be on our list. Likely out of this one. And the approach there from Jonathan Taylor, not quite as he would have liked. And that third and final attempt, unsuccessful for the Warragamba product. And Sergio Malkin Suarez now from Redfield High School, or at least the primary school I should say, but Redfield out there in Dural. Sergio Suarez, Malkin, that one not happening there. Sorry for Sergio Malkin Suarez. So he'll be hopping out of this one. And now Max Hubner with his third and final attempt here from the right-hand side. Hubner getting up but not getting over. And Hubner unfortunately goes the way of Malkin Suarez. Ari Unga now from Aldavilla on the north coast. Having a little look there before his official attempt. He'll approach it from the left-hand side and really trying to find the mark here is Ari Unga. Trying to clear 1.2. Unga coming forward, not getting the back up and over the bar though. Unfortunately, Unga departs as well at this height, 1.2. So Raphael McIver hopping up now, representing the Sydney West Association. A little bit of a limp here too for Raphael. Hopefully he's all right. Last attempt here at 1.2 metres. Nice big swinging approach from the right-hand side. And just unable to kick the legs up. Raphael McIver, Blackheath student. Also out here in the first round at 1.2 metres. Jack Keogh from Lake Cadai. He'll be the next to have a crack here. Seed mark of 1.29. He's looking to clear this one at 1.2 metres. Representing the North Coast Association. He'll approach from the right. Keogh coming up. Oh, concerted approach, and it was nearly there. It bobbled for a moment before falling off. but Jack Keogh on the third attempt, unable to clear, and that should be all of our jumpers, which means we probably won't see Samuel Mills. So I think he has actually been a late scratching here. He was initially named to compete. And I'll do a little check-in now for you as well with our marshals, just to make sure we've got all the correct jumpers here. But from what I've got in front of me, Samuel Mills not competing here in this event. So we didn't see him jump. We'll have a little brief pause in the commentary whilst we reset the mark here. This should now hop up to 1.25. We'll just check in to make sure all of our correct jumpers are moving on to the next stage here as part of the boys 8 to 10 high jump. The record to beat set all the way back in 1995 at 1.55 metres. 1.25 up in just a moment. Welcome back here to the boys 8 to 10 high jump. This is flight 2 of 2, of course. 2 selections of jumpers jumping side by side. We've just had confirmation coming through from flight 2 of 2. So there was a little discrepancy in the ordering. That's because we had a late entrant coming across to this side of the competition. That's Max Pearson representing Western. So he's through, but Lewis Todd not through. So there has been a change of order. So apologies for any inconveniences there. We've just found out ourselves here in the commentary position. And just confirming those jumpers not progressing through to this 1.25 metre height. Lewis Todd from the Western Association. Eli Lincoln is through from Goulburn North on the South Coast Association. Sergio Malquin Suarez also tapping out at the 1.2 metre mark. Samuel Mills was a no-show for this event. Max Hubner from the Northwest Association also falling short to progress to the 1.25 metre mark. So too Ari Unga, Rafael McIver and Jack Keogh. Otherwise, all our competitors are still in here. We move up to 1.25 metres. And in the background, we're seeing the boys 11 to 13 4x100 metre relay heat preliminaries. Just a reminder as well, 3 different streams running today across New South Wales Sports Unit and Bar TV. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage. 2 different field streams along with the track stream itself. So last checks here for the 1.25 metre mark. Now marshals, of course, having to confer with one another. With the 2 competitive sides split, so 19 on the left-hand mat. We're, of course, focusing on this right-hand mat. This is flight 2 of 2. 21 competitors this side, although, of course, with the late scratching of Samuel Mills, we only saw 20 across that first stage at 1.2 metres. Max Pearson, the man added from the Western Association, he'll be the last to jump in this second round here through 1.25. And Tayshawn Simon from the North Coast will be the first man to attempt the 1.25 metre height, a seed mark of 1.33. And up next, of course, on the track stream, the boys 11 to 13 years old age group, 4x100 metre heat 2 preliminaries. If you want to check out that, we're still perhaps another minute or so away here on this stream. That is the beauty, of course, of how we're broadcasting this courtesy of Bar TV across the YouTube channels. Nice and quick, you can hop between the links. Still very, very chilly conditions here as well at Sydney Olympic Park. The breeze has picked up too. Could cause a little bit of havoc for our jumpers here. And certainly it's the kind of weather that requires a jumper as well. Just 16 degrees at the moment. And a little bit of rain is forecast once more in a couple of minutes' time. Cloudy as it stands though, without any drops falling, but you hear a little bit of chaos, you know exactly what has happened. Certainly our jumpers are still aiming for that cover though, but here we go, 125 metres. It'll be Tayshawn Simon, who now heads up towards the mat here. He'll start from this right-hand side, representing the North Coast. Attempt number 1 at 1.25. Simon not liking the approach. Back to his mark he goes. Tayshawn Simon here at 1.25 metres, the first attempt not cleared. Now Eli Lincoln representing the South Coast Association here in the yellow top with the blue bottom trim. First attempt at 1.25. Lincoln unable to get across that one. Of course, clearing 1.2 metres on his second attempt. This now is Finn Leavesley, who is the top seed mark here in this particular group, 1.44 metres, just in front of a 1.43 metre effort from Levi Jakeman. But here he is now, Leavesley, trying to get up and over and does a great job here. Finn Leavesley, the Rose Lee student. On the first attempt, he's cleared it pretty easily here. And now the follow-up coming in from, that's Lewis McNaughton. So I'm not sure what has happened here to Jonathan Taylor. We'll just take a quick break here in commentary whilst we check in with our admin partner. So back in action here with Levi Jakeman representing Riverina from the left-hand side, and he clears it beautifully at 1.25 metres. So we haven't seen too many go through so far here in this second round. Finn Leavesley through, Lewis McNaughton through on the first, Joshua McGuinness. An attempt there now coming in from Max Melross. Jesse Alexander now will be the man to approach, representing the Combined Independent Schools Association. From the left-hand side and clearing beautifully. So Jesse has cleared both the 1.2 and 1.25 on the first attempt. Now this is Max Pearson. There's a late introduction on this side of the mats. And nearly getting across there, just the back of the singlet clipping the bar, wobbling and then falling off. So we go back to our initial starters here. Tayshawn Simon, his second attempt at 1.25 metres and starting a little bit wider for this one on this right-hand side. Simon up and nearly over. Geez, it was so close, and he knows it too. Very last fraction of his body that clipped. That's his second attempt here as Eli Lincoln now. We'll head up towards this mat from the right-hand side. Lincoln not quite getting up and over. Now Finn Leavesley has already completed it on the first attempt. So now, I believe this might actually be Joshua McGuinness, who for mine had already got through, but he's been sent up here. He definitely is from the southeast. Let's see if McGuinness can do so regardless here. I think we've had a little bit of a change in order. And this is Zachariah Sharp now for Sydney Southwest. Second attempt for him from the right-hand side. Now for mine, that almost looked as if the bar had fallen before he got there, but no, count it nonetheless for Zachariah Sharp. And now Joseph Fitzgerald out of Condolbin, representing the Western Association. Comes at it nice and hard, nearly got across. Good pace about the approach. And Zeke Coughlin does have a seat height of 1.35 metres, so we certainly know he can jump. It's already cleared 1.2. It's at 1.25. Zeke Coughlin just clipping it. A second red flag for Zeke. One final attempt for him coming up. Now from the right-hand side, this is Harley Winwright. And again, with that simple little approach of just hopping over directly with the legs, it's effective. And he clears 1.25 on the second attempt here. This now is Max Melross. Melross nearly over the top, just clipping the bar. Unsuccessful on the second attempt. Now Jesse Alexander has already cleared. First time on both attempts at 1.2 and 1.25. This is Max Pearson from the right-hand side. Pearson, oh, for an eternity it was wobbling. So close to getting over. And now we move to the last attempt here for these jumpers in the 1.25 metre category. Tayshawn Simon for the boys 8 to 10 high jump. Second round here at 1.25 metres. Third and final chance at this height. Simon steps up and clears it when it was on the line. He'll go through to 1.3 metres now. Well done to Tayshawn Simon. Now Eli Lincoln, his final chance as well. Lincoln not clearing here. A valiant effort from Eli, but he'll bow out, having cleared 1.2, but unable to get past 1.25. The seed mark for him, 1.23. And this looks to be Joshua McGuinness. Annandale North Public School. And representing the Sydney East Association. Seed mark of 1.33, trying to clear 1.25. Last attempt here. And he does it beautifully, Joshua McGuinness. So Zachariah Sharp now, the Sydney Southwest Association. Hailing from Milperra. On the right-hand side, last attempt here for him, and he didn't quite ever get those legs flicking up. As a result, it's an end here for Zachariah Sharp. Well done to Zach, though. His seed mark was 1.25, so that was always going to be a tough one for him. But he now bows out. And we're clearing things pretty quickly here. The all-time record, of course, 1.55 metres per set, all the way back in 1995, nearly 30 years ago. And Pearson coming through. In fact, that's Joseph Condoblin. And Joseph Fitzgerald out of Condoblin. He now bows out at 1.25, having been cleared at 1.2. So, Zeke Coughlin with the last attempt here and getting above it. Zeke moves through to 1.3. His seed mark, 1.35. So, he likes leaving us guessing, Zeke. Having passed on attempt 2 at 1.2 and attempt 3 at 1.25. This is Max Melross with his last attempt. Wind really picking up here, and they're holding onto the bar as a result. Melross on the approach. And just unable to clear there. A third and final flag for Melross. He bows out as well. The 1.25 metre height. And Max Pearson should have one final attempt here. And yes, he does start to step up. So we've cleared out a few more jumpers this time round. We started on this particular side of the mat with 20, given Samuel Mills was a no-show. We've already lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 jumpers. This could be 12 here. We could already be at a top 8 for this particular mat. Pearson, so close, yet so far in the end. A gallant performance from Max Pearson, but he bows out as well. So we've lost 12 from where we once stood, along with Samuel Mills. We'll now have a final 8 jumpers here for flight 2 of 2 in the boys 8 to 10 high jump as part of the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships, live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre across the New South Wales School Sports Unit and Bar TV. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage. Take a very short break here on commentary, and we'll just get our final confirmation to make sure everything is all sweet.
mind is low pressure. When the needle gets low, prepare for it to blow. The old adage. Good. This is a smart purchase, this stuff.
It smells good. It smells good.
Pretty good. Also, so I got a full day of free food. Here we go.
Welcome back here to the New South Wales PSSA Schools Athletics Championships from Sydney Athletics Centre in Olympic Park. This is the boys 8 to 10 high jump, flight 2 of 2. We're now at 1.3 metres, and Tayshaun Simon on his first attempt, clearing it with relative ease. Didn't clear the 1.25 until his very last attempt. Now, Finn Leavesley here, approaching from the right-hand side for Sydney North. That bar falling well and truly before he approached, and if you're just joining us, it is very, very windy here at Sydney Olympic Park. So I was thinking at the previous stage we saw quite a few bars that were going perhaps before the approach of some of the jumpers. Now we know for certain that is definitely the case. Leavesley with another attempt here. And clearing it easily. So Finn has cleared it each and every time at 1.2, 1.25, now 1.3 on the first attempt. And in terms of the seed mark, he is the man to beat. So through he goes, and now Lewis McNaughton, the Sydney North, approaching from the left-hand side. McNaughton flicking the legs up beautifully. He clears it as well. And this wind is causing all sorts of havoc. I'll try and get a little update for you as well on just how windy it is. It's certainly very cold here at Sydney Olympic Park, only 16 degrees with the wind chill. I can tell you now it feels a lot cooler than that as Joshua McGuinness approaches from the right-hand side. And McGuinness unsuccessful in the first attempt at 1.3 metres. Now this will be Zeke Coughlin, representing Sydney East as well, approaching from the left and not clearing his first attempt at 1.3 metres. Now the result we've got at the moment for Sydney Airport is about 32 kilometres per hour, the wind speed. It feels a lot stronger than that here though at Sydney Olympic Park. A bit further to the west. This is Harley Wynn right now, approaching from the right-hand side. At 1.3, that's a unique style that we have seen so far of simply trying to step over the bar, but this time he went for it by flicking the legs up as well, and he's landed awkwardly on the bar there as well. Wynn right, just having a little watch of him afterwards, and yeah, just clutching the back. Now, Levi Jakeman, who cleared 1.2 on his second attempt, 1.25 on the first. Here's his first attempt at 1.3, and no mistake. So the three to watch in terms of seed mark is indeed Levi Jakeman with the second strongest seed mark of 1.43. Finn Leavesley, the strongest with 1.44, and Lewis McNaughton with 1.41. This man also has been in good form, though. Jesse Alexander clearing each and every time on the first time, and the trend continues. So Alexander through. And we'll come back now to, I believe, Joshua McGuinness should be the first man. Yeah, not too many that didn't clear, just the three. So McGuinness, Coughlin, and Winwright. Otherwise, full marks across the board, despite it now being 1.3 metres. But they've found their bearings a little bit here. McGuinness with the second attempt. And no mistake here for Joshua McGuinness. He moves on to 1.35. His seed mark 1.33. So that next level, that will be a test for him. Now Zeke Coughlin, the Sydney East Association as well, 1.35 his seed mark. Here he is, second attempt at 1.3. Coughlin, nearly over. Very late in the piece, connecting there. It's just on the downward approach on the other side of the bar. A second unsuccessful attempt here for Zeke. So at this point in time, he's the only jumper heading to a third potential jump. And now, once more, the return of the little lifted leg approach from Harley Winwright. He clears it now. So with that in mind, we head back to Zeke Coughlin, the last man to try and get through with a third attempt. No break for Zeke here. They've gone through rapidly at this 1.3 metre height. Can Coughlin ensure that we get a full sweep of jumpers heading through to the next level? We've already narrowed it down to the last 8 for flight 2 of 2 on this right-hand side. This is where we are expecting our result to come from. There's Coughlin now. Has a final attempt and clears. So all 8 competitors staying in the hunt here. They all move to 1.35 metres. Of course, just a reminder as well, multiple streams running today. You might be able to pick up a bit of the ambient noise that's currently happening from the mixed 8 to 13s division. 4x100 metre relay Bagley Heat 2 prelims. But we move on to 1.35 here. We'll just give you a little check-in as well of flight 1 of 2. I'll at least find out the results as to who has progressed and where they're up to, and I'll relay that information back to you in just a moment.
How's it going? Yeah, pretty good. It's a little chilly, a bit windy, but got my jumpers on, so not doing too bad.
Yeah, it's a cold one today.
I feel a lot worse for them.
Yeah.
Shivering.
Yeah, no joke. Yeah, literally, look at what they have to wear. It's insane. They should be wearing like long, like skins and stuff. Yeah, nice hot zone. I'll put it now. Oh, let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, I I've got it open at the bottom of
Oh,
here, so
yeah,
I've been
okay. Oh,
reaching
that's
it using the Zoom and stuff.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's not too bad.
Yes, sorry, it's
No, that's all good, that's all good. It is what it is, man. It's all good.
Alright, I'll be back at 12:30.
Yeah, 12:30. So I guess there's more high jump happening here still, mate?
Yeah. Keep on with this.
Yeah.
We haven't really covered any high jump.
How's it going? Good. Yeah, good to see you, yeah. I didn't notice it was you. I was like,
Well, I float around everywhere.
oh, Pesto, there he is, though. Pesto with the pesto.
So here's the issue.
Really? There you go.
You know, I was like, I need something like that.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, nice, man. Do you do the apprentice? Have you done like the apprentice before?
I did think we have it before, and I got recommended really enough for having failed. But
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to do it over a year.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Okay,
that's
there you go.
not
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
Well, I'll take it.
Yeah, well, bloody hell, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Good big coconut you can get these days, that's for sure. Crazy. Yeah, it is. What is crazy? Yeah, literally, yeah. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, brother. So how was that? I guess just leaving that headset on. Oh, the whole time anyway.
I'm not sure what he's doing.
Pretty static. Pretty static.
We're not covering that, so we're doing updates.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So they're going 5.
Did you have any sort of like schedule or roster, like a place that you'd like to go and move to and commentate?
No, not necessarily. I'm sticking with this because we haven't really done it.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm really happy just to go over.
They've got stuff with you.
They do. I mean, we have to, I can tell them to put the slide up and
I might have I get the finals and that go over there.
yeah. It's an idea. Yeah.
They go now.
No worries, mate. That's all good. Yeah.
I think he switched it up there in my mic now for the headset.
Yeah, okay, let me have a look. Oh yeah, hold on. I think it's at the top here.
Welcome back here to the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships for 2023. We're now at the 1.35 metre height for the boys 8 to 10 high jump. And once again, Finn Leavesley, first attempt clearing. Tayshaun Simon just before him, unable to get over the bar. And now Lewis McNaughton, who's also been just about perfect so far. Only the one unsuccessful attempt across 3 different heights. He's cleared the last 2 on the first attempt. Here he comes now at 1.35. And McNaughton, unable to clear this time round. The wind has really gone into overdrive here at Sydney Olympic Park. We have had to have our marshals actually holding on to the bar here. It's flown off multiple times. And just keeping you up to date as well on the left-hand side, where you won't see it on your screen, but making sure you're keeping across all the details here for the 8 to 10 high jump. On flight 1 of 2, 5 more jumpers remain at the 1.35 metre height. That's Jack Kane from CIS. As we now see, well, I think that one might have actually fallen before he got there, but they'll call it nonetheless against Joshua McGuinness here. Flag number 1, but just recapping on flight 1 of 2, the left-hand mattress here. And we're, of course, focusing on the right specifically, but 5 jumpers still through at the 1.35 metre level. Jack Kane, Hugo Barwick, Nicholas Whitehead, Riley O'Brien, and Thomas Calcutt. As Zeke Coughlin comes through, and he's landed on the bar there too. That one does hurt. So Harley Wynn Wright He has, of course, reverted once more to that simple step-over technique. Only jumper who's decided to operate in such a fashion, but has found success for it. Not on that occasion, though. Now from the Riverina, this is Levi Jakeman. Now the bar falling before he approached. He'll get another attempt here. That does give an indication as to how windy it is. I think we're getting incorrect readings from the weather app, which is saying it's only about 30 kilometres per hour. And the gusts are far stronger than that. Jakeman again. So now Jesse Alexander here from the Combined Independent Schools Association at 1.35 metres. His seed mark is 1.34. So this will be a challenge for him, and that first attempt is unsuccessful. So a tough first round here for our remaining 8 competitors. I believe to date we've only had Finn Leavesley go through. So as it stands, there is your winner right away. Here is once more Tayshawn Simon trying to clear, not quite able to do so. So a second attempt there, unsuccessful, and just having a quick little look across to that left-hand mat. That was Thomas Calcutt having an attempt there at 1.35 as well for the Riverina region, but not clearing. And clearing here though, for our main focus, the right-hand side at 1.35 metres, Lewis McNaughton joins fellow association teammate Finn Leavesley from Sydney's North through to the 1.4 metre height. Incredible performance from those two athletes so far. And now Joshua McGuinness, representing the Sydney East Association. He'll approach from the right-hand side of the mat. Long run up here too for McGuinness. Really bending around and trying to bend the back over the bar. And a second attempt unsuccessful here for McGuinness. He'll get one final chance at this height, 1.35 metres. 1.33 is his seed mark, so always going to be a tough one. And now Zeke Coughlin has cleared this height for his seed mark, 1.35. Here's his second attempt. Not liking the approach. So he'll line it up again here from this left-hand side. Coughlin on the approach once more here. This time up and trying to get over that bar. Just being clipped though. Second attempt unsuccessful. So we've only had the two pushing through to that 1.4 metre height so far. Finn Leavesley and Lewis McNaughton. Both from the Sydney North Association. Here's Win Wright trying to simply step over the bar again. No luck this time around from Harley Winwright at the Sydney East Association. So still stuck on that 1.3 metre clearance. Trying to get the 1.35. Here is Levi Jakeman now from Riverina. And Jakeman clears. He becomes the third to go through. Beautiful jump there from Levi Jakeman. It's been very busy today. Just before his first jump, he had finished about 3 or 4 minutes before in the relay. So he's really been working overtime. This now is Jesse Alexander. And another unsuccessful attempt for him. He'll get one final crack at it. And here is the last attempt now at 1.35 metres for Tayshawn Simon. He'll approach from the right-hand side. Not enjoying the approach there, and from the looks of it, I think it may be a case of nobody on flight 1 of 2 having cleared that 1.35 metre height. So this is what it's going to come down to, you'd imagine. So Tayshawn Simon, his last attempt here from the left-hand side. Unfortunately, unable to clear that bar. Landing a little bit awkwardly too, but fortunately he's all right. But Tayshawn Simon, strong performance here today, but he does bow out at the 1.35 metre height. Certainly did clear the 1.3. And And now this is McGuinness. McGuinness also unable to clear on his last attempt. So out goes Joshua McGuinness. Zeke Coughlin from Sydney East and Cronulla South Public School looking to clear his seed mark height of 1.35 metres. He's done it in qualifying. Can he do it one more time here? Coughlin, again, not liking the approach. He knows he's got to get it right. Won't get another opportunity here to try and fix things. This is it. Last chance saloon for Zeke Coughlin. From the left-hand side, getting up, but just not over. So Coughlin now bows out, and then there were three that have actually gone through. Harley Winwright and Jesse Alexander each to get one more chance here. Otherwise, we already know who our medalists will be. So Harley Winwright with his final attempt here at 1.35 metres. He's put away the step over attempt. He's tried to clear it with the back. Unfortunately, the same result for Harley Winwright. He's done a good job today, but he won't progress through to that 1.4 metre height. One final attempt here for Jesse Alexander from Combined Independent Schools from the left-hand side. Didn't like the approach. He'll have another crack at it here. Looking to become the fourth man through to the last section here. The next, should I say, 1.4 metres. Jesse Alexander, his last opportunity here, and he hasn't cleared it. So from 8 down to 3, we know that we have medals on the way for Levi Jakeman, Lewis McNaughton, and Finn Leavesley. Now, of those jumpers, they have all cleared above 1.4 metres in height. So I'll just get 100% confirmation here, but from what I'm gathering, nobody has cleared the 1.35 metre mark on the left-hand side of your screen. You might just see it in the periphery of the vision. For flight 1 of 2, we've been sticking with the action here on flight 2 of 2. But we'll just pan across here to the left-hand mat, and you can see we've still got the bar up, but no runners, should I say, no jumpers ready to go. So for mine, that is indicative that nobody has cleared the 1.35. We'll just get a quick confirmation, and they'll set things up here for the 1.4 metre for our remaining 3 jumpers on the right. So this could be it. This could be the final stage here. I'm just going to check with them because I think.
It's on ambient. All good, bro. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Dude, that's something else. Yeah.
So we're going to get both.
Yep, sweet.
We're going to start on left.
Mhm.
About 5-10 seconds. Quick pan back to here. Boom, boom.
Yeah, boom. All right,
Now,
Sounds good.
With that in mind,
all good, mate. There's an umbrella as well. In there. Not even tricky. You only have so many hands. Maybe I could literally just tape it to the chair somehow. Be a little bit uncomfortable. You'd probably take off, so.
Award the silver medalist to the girls 8 to 10 Discus trail. The silver medalist in that event from Bennett Road Public School in Sydney West. Please congratulate Ma'ata Bonavisi.
Jeez, that's okay. I'll
there we go.
Yeah. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back here. We're going to try and get you across both of our last mats here. So we've started on the right-hand side with Finn Leasley, whose first attempt now at 1.38 metres, unsuccessful. We'll hop back across here to flight 1 of 2 mats on this left-hand side. This is Jack Kane, I believe. In fact, no, that would be Hugo Barwick. So Hugo Barwick has not cleared. Let's head back to the right-hand side here now. We're trying to keep you across both as well as we can. So Hugo Barwick at 1.38, first attempt unsuccessful. This is now Lewis McNaughton for Sydney North. Not enjoying the approach. He'll have another attempt here. So Lewis McNaughton still on his first attempt here and not enjoying that one. So a second failed run up there. And Nicholas Whitehead is about to watch. And that one they'll call as a red flag here for Lewis McNaughton. First one unsuccessful. This now is Nicholas Whitehead on this left-hand side. He also is unable to clear. So this, of course, at 1.38, once we get down to 6 competitors or less, they are able to raise the heights by increments of 3 centimetres instead of 5 centimetres. As Levi Jakeman assesses his options here at the bar. So Jakeman looking to clear 1.38 from the left-hand side with the approach very close to getting up and over. Instead, that one is a failed attempt. And now Jack Kane here will have his second on this left-hand side. Flat 1 of 2 on the mat here. The boys 8 to 10 high jump. Jack Kane, attempt number 2 at 1.38 metres. Coming from the right-hand side, nice approach. And just unable to clear there. It was looking likely for Kane. But he'll have one more attempt at this 1.38 metre height. Back over we go to flight 2 of 2 on the right-hand side. Again, it will be Finn Leavesley, who does have the highest seed mark of 1.44. That's across, I believe, yes, that's across all of our final 6 competitors here. So coming into this particular event, Finn Leavesley jumping the highest of 1.44. Definitely the man to watch here. Here he is from the right-hand side. Leavesley not quite getting the legs up and over there. So attempt number 2 at the 1.38 metre mark. Unsuccessful there for Finn Leavesley. We'll head back to flight 1 of 2 on this left-hand side of your screen. Now Hugo Barwick lining up from the right-hand side with the approach. And Barwick unable to clear, and also happening simultaneously on the right-hand side. An unsuccessful attempt from Lewis McNaughton. So nobody through as of yet. And now Levi Jakeman about to line things up, although they might have said actually here that Lewis McNaughton's attempt did not count because the bar left before he arrived. So here he is, still in the second attempt. This one most certainly will be a flag though. Let's switch back to this left-hand side here with Nicholas Whitehead approaching on flight 1 of 2 from that left-hand approach. Here he comes now, rounding it up, looking to get up and over, and he is the first through here. Nicholas Whitehead on attempt number 2. Now Levi Jakeman nearly follows in suit. It bounced around for an age before falling off, and at the moment, that gold medal position is with Nicholas Whitehead. So 1.38. And one final chance here for Finn Leavesley on flight 2 of 2 on this right-hand side. The seed mark 1.44, trying to clear 1.38. Jack Kane also coming out on the left-hand side for combined independent schools. It looks like he might be first through his process here. Let's take a quick little look. And it will be Finn Leavesley instead who will have the first crack here on this right-hand side. Approaching from the right as well. Here he comes. Final chance to clear 1.38. Finn Leavesley just leaves the bar with him. And he will bow out at 1.38 metres. So we might still have a bit to get through to find out medals thereafter. But at the moment, Nicholas Whitehead, the only jumper who has cleared this 1.38 metre mark. This is Jack Kane now. Third and final attempt at 1.38 metres. From combined independent schools. He heads up and not quite over. So too on the right-hand side, Lewis McNaughton. So Hugo Barwick and Levi Jakeman are the only other 2 remaining attempts here. We'll stick with Levi Jakeman here on the right-hand side, and I'll keep you up to date as to what's happening on the left at the same time as well. But Nicholas Whitehead at the moment in that gold medal position. He's already definitely secured a medal. He's the only one through past this 1.38 metre. Here is Levi Jakeman now from the left-hand side, unable to clear. Jakeman bows out from 6 down to 2. 1 already through. This is the last possibility of heading into another height here. Hugo Barwick approaching, nearly clearing. Again, it hung there for an eternity. So the only man to track through is Nicholas Whitehead. And Hugo Barwick bows out. So we'll do a quick little check-in here. We're going to have to sort out both silver and bronze, obviously, but we know that Nicholas Whitehead has claimed gold because he's the only man to clear it from the final 6. We'll take a very quick break here for commentary. Stream will continue, and we'll check in with our officials.
Yeah, I know. Hello, sir. So I think you've just already just double checked some of the results.
Yeah.
we were doing it where like these guys would jump on these guys and try to break up a little bit. So
Yeah,
like that. Sometimes it didn't work because of like some yeah, a little bit.
The trains and that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was.
Has this one just started?
No, this one, if they're warming up to this, it hasn't started yet. So maybe they can be warming up to the high jump. It looks like they are, but they're warming up.
Yeah, it says on my phone that the high jump is meant to start with one.
Yeah, then again,
yeah, I mean, happening early.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. Who knows? Let's hope this today that they're actually on the schedule. So this is someone on board already. Stop it like everyone's got. But it's too recent, man. He said there shouldn't be much of the high jump. He thinks like they're pretty much nearly what was currently on, but there might be a whole lot of
Double check that. What was it? Brianna was saying that, the 1 o'clock high jump apparently they like succeeded.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Apparently there's like up and up.
That's all. You can just tell James, you can just say, ever tested for us to be the 1 to 1. So, if he comes back and says he's not going to do anything, then maybe you could even put it and put it to the other thing, in the meantime, until
Let's wrap up. They were complaining about this week.
Oh, okay, we're going to go.
Like,
Oh, get
well,
well,
like the second.
Yeah.
No. Anyway,
I think it was better because it staggers it out. Because at the start we were missing a lot of food, so we were running for something.
we'll do a quick wrap.
So,
pause, and we'll probably put that section in the front.
okay, no worries. Jack will just jump back on. I can just jump on whenever you're ready. Alright, so I'll give you a count in. You go in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Back to the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships here from the Sydney Athletics Centre in Olympic Park. We're just recapping the final results here for the 8 to 10s high jump. Now we of course know that Nicholas Whitehead was the only jumper at 1.38 metres to clear that particular mark, so he does claim gold. But I can now confirm Finn Leavesley claiming silver with his attempts at the 1.35 metre height, clearing that nice and early, securing second place. And then Hugo Barwick coming in at third, clearing the 1.35, not quite getting there for the 1.38. So those three jumpers through to the Nationals in Launceston. And your other placings, Lewis McNaughton and Levi Jakeman equal fourth. And then Jack Kane finishing sixth with Jesse Alexander into seventh. So just recapping here, the 8 to 10s boys high jump. Gold medal to Nicholas Whitehead, silver to Finn Leavesley, and bronze to Hugo Barwick. We'll take a very short break now, and we'll pick up with the stream in just a moment.
Marshalling now for track event 75 through to 78. The 12-year girls, 12-year boys 100 metre semi-finals, and our 13-year girls, 13-year boys 100 metre semi-finals. Away to the marshalling area now.
Welcome back here to the boys 11 years old Shotput flight 1 of 1 as part of the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. And that was Carly Fakalulu with 9.04. His best attempt so far, 9.51 with the seed mark of 10.46. So the 11-year-old boys Shotput here. This is the last round of regular throws before we move to our top 8. Just a few more throws to come here. And 9.72 there from Xavier Doran. So now Fraser Reynolds-Nutt from Mariong Heights, representing the Sydney West Association here. His best so far today, 11.05. 11.75 the seed mark. And that one is long and nice. And that should be up about that seed mark of 11.75. Certainly is nice and straight. So just around that 11, 10.98 there for Fraser Reynolds Nutt. Still his best is 11.05. Now, so far, Sebastian Thomas, hailing from Port Macquarie and representing the Polding Association, the seed mark of 10.32. This one coming in at 9.76. His best still at 10.01. Now, Bailey Lavender representing the Northwest and hailing from the Inverell Public School. Looking to best his 8.17. That one won't quite do as much. His seed mark of 8.51. This should be maybe in the high 6, maybe squeezing into 7. And it's 6.87. Now, Nathaniel Tauhelahulu. Tauhelahulu here. Representing Sydney's East, a seed mark of 11.22, and that is nice and long. Closer to that 10-metre mark, though. Might be just over the 10 metres. And it is 1.061. That's his best result for the day. Seed mark of 11.22. And we're also seeing track event happening behind us too. That's the boys 11 to 1300 metre multi-class Section 1 finals. And now this is our last thrower here. The boys 11 Shotput. Daniel Check, who does have a seed mark of 10.55. Best so far, 8.38. This one should improve. And that is 9.25. So his best result there. Now that concludes the first attempts here before we break off into our finals phase. What we'll do is we'll get a quick little check-in with our marshals here and find out who is going through to the top 8. They'll get an extra 3 throws. And then, of course, we'll bring you all the finals action here for the boys' 11-year-old division for the Shotput. It's part of the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships. Live and free from Sydney Olympic Park Athletics Centre. Quick break in the commentary. Stream will continue, though.
sometimes my memory is good. Alan Atherton did win a medal at Discus.
Oh, there you go. Silver. So they've got their finals that are about to start. Is that right, or have they finished?
No, finals about to start.
Right.
What are the chances that we can somehow set up in there? Because that's, I can't even write on this anymore.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, and I hate to literally hang out in the rain, but
Yep. No, that's fair. I'm fine with this, yeah. The other thing yeah. Yeah, I can hold it and you can write, yeah. No, I can hold the umbrella. It's all good. What was I gonna say? We do need to start filming them soon, the girls, I think. I think they're one of the priorities for the day, yeah, the high jump. But yeah, so I don't know. It is a good umbrella.
a little bit of this. I mean, they won't be through for a while though, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they've got 40 girls to jump.
Yeah.
They're about to hurry. Are they just on this side?
I don't know, maybe.
It looks that way.
Yeah, maybe.
So I can stick with this for at least 15.
Yep, that sounds good.
Because they'll take a while to even get through the first round.
Yeah, and they'll have practice jumps and things like that, yeah. Oh, it is a little bit. Yeah. Maybe back into the right a tiny bit. Yep, you're all good.
His first attempt in the finals phase. Of course, each thrower getting 3 attempts, and it's 1:097. So not quite besting his qualifier mark of 11.04 metres. Now, Fraser Reynolds Nutt from the Sydney West Association, 11.05, his best so far today. That one clearing 10. See how much further it's gone. I think it's just over that 10 metre mark. You might be able to see on your screen that little white spray paint on the grass there. 1:049, the mark there for Fraser Reynolds Nutt. Not quite eclipsing his 11.05. And of course, the mark to beat so far, Callan Atherton with 13.11. He picked up silver in the discus yesterday, and the man who claimed gold, Blaine Cooney, was on fire with his last three throws. Just continued to increase the distance. He'll be featuring straight after this throw here from Jack Spencer, who goes nice and long here. A big old bomb out of the palm. In fact, that is Blaine Cooney. So we've actually skipped ahead. So Jack Spencer not there. There's 1:101. So that was Blaine Cooney. Jack Spencer currently is caught up with the 100-metre sprints. So we might see him in a little bit of time, but this is William Coombe now. So 11.27 Williams' best so far, trying to beat 13.11. That one's gone quite long too. That might actually be an improvement on his previous total of 11.27. And it certainly is 1.134 for William Coombe. Now, Oliver Cook with 11.58, his best so far. Currently in that bronze medal position, trying to jump ahead of 12.27. Kobe Boosfield and Callan Atherton, who's currently in gold at 13.11. Cook, strong release, heading slightly out to the right. That will reduce the distance a little bit as a result. Can he best that 11.58 though? And it's 1.090 for Cook, so not improving on that. This is Kobe Boosfield now for the Riverina Association. Looking to launch this one into the orbit. Plenty of elevation too and a lot of distance here for Kobe Boosfield. 12.27, his best so far. And that one certainly eclipsed the 12 marking. Hasn't gone beyond 13 though to put pressure on Callan Atherton. And it's 1.215, so not quite. Callan Atherton here, superb athlete, having already claimed silver in the discus. Good approach from Atherton, throwing long once more. Nice release. That one won't be above that 13.11 mark, but still strong. 1.065. So first round of finals done. We head back here to Jeremiah Tatupu. And still no sign here of Jack Spencer at the moment. But Jeremiah Tatupu now with his second attempt. Best so far, 11.04. That one a little bit straighter too from Jeremiah. Once more crossing the 10-metre mark. I don't think that'll be veering into the 11. It's 1.080. So not breaching 11 there. And a little shorter than his last attempt of 10.97. So Fraser Reynolds Nutt. His second attempt here in the final 8. That one heading well and truly out to the left and will fall short of the 10-metre mark, so that won't best his PB so far today of 11.05. And 9.68 is the mark. Now, still no sign of Jack Spencer for his second attempt, and he might actually have to call it there at the 11.15 mark. But Blaine Cooney, we know he really does rise to the occasion when it hits finals time. Can he do so again here? Cooney, nice and long. He's happy with it too. And a few claps ring out as well for Blaine Cooney. This is big. I think this might eclipse his 11.22. And it does. It's 11.33. Not quite enough to jump in front of William Coombe. It would have previously, but he did record 11.34 on his last throw, so he's just got that one extra centimetre on Blaine Cooney here. Otherwise, it would have been a fourth place jump up for Cooney. And of course, in the discus yesterday, he finished in fourth before really rising to the occasion in the finals and ultimately taking gold. William Coombe with another good effort here. 11.34 the previous attempt. And this one even better, 1.146. He's getting closer and closer to Oliver Cook, who is still holding down the bronze medal with 11.58. And here he is now, the left-hander, to try and extend that margin a little bit more. And Cook not liking that. He's caused a foul here. It's a tough one to maintain. The conditions are atrocious here at Sydney Athletics Centre in Olympic Park. It's cold, it's windy, and it is most certainly raining. It's been heavy at times, as Kobe Boosfield now has his second attempt here in the finals. Once more going long, and this one is big from Kobe. 12.27, his personal mark to beat Callan Atherton with 13.11. It's 1, 2, 4, 5. So he extends his particular result, putting an extra 18 centimetres on his personal best for the day. Still not enough to eclipse Callan Atherton, who is up onto the circle now and still in that gold medal position. Atherton with a lovely release, but sailing wide. Technique is superb. He's still in front here, Callan Atherton. One final round here. Still no sign of Jack Spencer. So he still sits in 6th place at the moment. Jeremiah Tutupu with a final chance to pull one out of the bag and try and pop into a medal position. Tutupu throwing long, this one heading a little out to the right-hand side around that 10-metre mark, so unlikely to see this improving. And it's 1.073. Pretty consistent from Tutupu in the finals here. 10.97, 10.80 and 10.73, but unable to best his previous mark of 11.04. This now Fraser Reynolds Nutt. And that is a good launch here from Fraser Reynolds Nutt. I think that might be a personal best for the day. 10.49, 9.68, his previous two. And it is indeed PB for Fraser Reynolds Nutt. And Spencer again not here, so he won't be able to throw in this finals. 11.2, Fraser Reynolds Nutt. That's enough to pop him in front of Jack Spencer. So Spencer confirmed as 7th. Jeremiah Tutupu as 6th. And Fraser Reynolds Nuts. Should I say Jeremiah Tutupu as 8th. Fraser Reynolds Nuts has 6th place. And that's big too from Blaine Cooney. A little out to the right though. Needs to eclipse. And it's 1.158. So it's equal at the moment with Oliver Cook. So Cooney jumps up at least into 4th. And at the moment, we might have to do a bit of a count back here with Cook unless he can increase what he's thrown so far. But 11.58 for Cooney. And long here from William Coombe, who continues to improve with every throw, it looks like. 11.27 in qualifying, 11.34. I think it might be 1.107. So not quite improving. So Oliver Coombe has been leapfrogged here by Blaine Cooney. He finishes 5th. Cooney and Cook at the moment are neck and neck. What has Cook thrown here? It's 1.086. So I think Cooney may have jumped into 3rd place based on the other efforts here. So Cook hasn't improved on his 11.58. Cooney has thrown 11.58, 11.33 and 11.22. So that might mean Cooney ends up in front, as again Kobe Boosfield goes long here, our second last thrower. 12.45, his personal best. And that does indeed confirm it here for Callan Atherton. Kobe Boosfield, 1.211 there, his best, 12.45. Atherton picks up another medal. This time it's gold. He doesn't have to improve on his qualifying result of 13.11. He can enjoy this as much as he likes. So Atherton, 13.11. Last throw of the dice here. Atherton with the spin once more. That one wide as well. It won't matter though. It's all academic. Callan Atherton still claiming the gold. Kobe Boosfield, silver. And we'll have to have a little check here for bronze. But I think Cooney might have done it again in the finals. Squeezing through and claiming a result. He's thrown 11.58. So too has Oliver Cook. But the other throws from Cooney, very strong. So we'll wrap up here for now. We'll come back and check the result in a little bit of time. But we'll head across now to the high jump. So there'll be a brief little transition here in the stream and all the action for the high jump coming up next. Welcome back here to the 2023 New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships from the Sydney Olympic Park Athletic Centre. Day 2 here. James Preston with you for all the coverage. Terrific 2 days of action so far, getting to the pointy end of the competition across all different disciplines. And this is the girls' seniors high jump, 12 to 13 years, flight 1 of 2. It'll be Kelly Briggs from Gunnedah to start us off, representing the Northwest. Trying to clear 1.2 metres. So I believe this is Ruby Harris here now. Yes, it is. So she's having a crack there at 1.2. That one not cleared. Now, Isla Scully, that's who this should be. She is due to take part in the relay. And I must say, I think we're going all over the place at the moment here, because our first competitor from the Sydney Southwest is Eleanor McMahon, or Eleanor McCann, I should say. And this is her now having a crack. So bear with us. There's a few different competitors who are a little all over the place at the moment. So we'll try and identify jumpers based on the associations they're aligned with in our order list here. This should be Emily Manning, who's decided against that first approach from the Valentine School, representing the Hunter Association. Emily Manning now unable to clear on that first attempt. Her seed mark, 1.25 metres. Now lining up on the right-hand side on the approach is Ellie Briggs from the Sydney North Association. And clearing it easy as you like. And of course, with a strong seed mark of 1.41, no problems there. Now this is Lexi Brown. So Layla Carr skipped for now. As Lexi Brown comes forward and does a great job to clear. Well done to the North Coast Association competitor Lexi Brown on the very first attempt. Over she goes. Now Matilda McDonald from the Western Association, also clear at 1.2 metres. The girls doing a great job to start with here. Now Shaylin Smith out of SP Moree, representing Paulding, with a seed height of 1.35. Trying to clear 1.2. And she's done well here on the first attempt. She goes through as well. Now Ella Long for Sydney West Association, also clearing. She'll have relay duties at some point as well, so we could end up losing Ella in the process. Now they'll try and sort out who the next jumper is. It won't be from Sydney East with Emmy Spence. They'll move forward to, this should be Jada Shackleton in the Western Association as the wind picks up again here. And that was always going to happen. They've left the bar unattended. And off it goes. So Jada Shackleton, the Bathurst West product. Very rounded approach and then jumping beautifully there and clearing 1.2. Her seed height 1.34. And now Isla Croft, one of our shorter competitors here in the senior girls, but still certainly able to leap and leap quite high. 1.33, her qualifying seed mark coming into this particular day. Here she goes now, the Hunter Association product, and up and over, really swinging the legs beautifully there, Isla Croft. And we've jumped past Cheyenne Hall, so this is now Ella Harris out of Maruya, representing the South Coast, with a height of 1.28. That's her seed mark, looking to clear 1.2 and does so easily. Potentially from the northwest, this could be Sophie McMaster. Could also be Portia Malmberg, though. And I think we'll stick with the fact that that must have been Sophie McMaster. She's wearing a slightly different outfit here. But this is certainly the South Coast uniform, and I think that one did fall before the actual attempt was made. Yes, it is the case. So Portia Malmborg will head back to her mark. South Coast Association representative. Approaching from the right-hand side. And this time not clearing. The back hits the bar. And just confirming as well from the previous event we were streaming for you, William Coombe claiming bronze in the boys' 11-year-old shot put. Kobe Boosfield claiming silver with 12.45. And Callan Atherton picking up another medal, 13.11 for the gold. Second attempt here and clear. And we'll just make sure we're checking this. I believe that might be Kelly Briggs, but it could also be Olive Wade. So we'll have to check who has removed themselves from the listing here. But this is definitely Ruby Harris. She's the only barrier representative here for this particular event. And Harris makes no mistake. Second attempt, and she is through. Now, this is from the Sydney Southwest Division, so this should be Eleanor McCann. It's just really assessing things here. Starting the run-up initially from the mat to just get the mark. Picture of focus here, Eleanor McCann. She'll also be competing in the 100-metre final, so we might lose her at a point in time. Here she comes now. A nice wide approach from McCann. Up and over. Good jump there for Eleanor McCann. So far, looking good. All of our jumpers that have needed to have a second attempt have cleared so far. Emily Manning from Hunter also needing to do likewise. Will be a bit of logistics to work with here because they're calling already for that 100-metre final with Eleanor McCann. Of course, a reminder, we've got multiple streams running today. 2 for the field, 1 for the track, so you'll be able to see Eleanor when the time comes on our track stream across Bar TV and also New South Wales School Sports Unit. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage across the 2 days. Plenty to get through, more than 1,000 schools represented. This now is Emily Manning, approaching from the left-hand side this time. Manning up and over, does a great job and clears it. The Valentine School product. And this should be Portia Malmborg from the South Coast. And a second unsuccessful attempt here for Portia. I think at this stage she might be the only jumper yet to clear who has contested this height. She's just checking in now with the marshals. So there should be one more attempt to come directly here for Portia Malmborg from Huskisson, representing the South Coast Association. Beautiful part of the world, Huskisson. The Husky Hotel, one of the best locations on the South Coast for that matter. So Portia Malmborg to try and clear the 1.2 metre height. Last attempt, Malmborg, unfortunately this one falling from the bar. She'll say goodbye at this level, the 1.2, but our jumpers move on to 1.25. The record standing at 1.64. That was set back in 2018 by Delta Amidzovsky from St Paul's Albion Park. And we'll just check in with our marshalling staff to make sure we've got the same information they do. Of course, there's a couple of gaps to fill in here with a few jumpers not partaking in that first round. They could have potentially passed, though, at that height. So we'll have a quick check here. Stream will continue. Pause and commentary. So we did have a few passes in that first level. And now we will have Kelly Briggs starting. She's on the right-hand side of your screen in the blue top, representing the Northwest. A pass in round one. She'll have this attempt here for 1.25. And that one not clearing on this occasion. Now, they haven't yet raised the flag. That might still be a case of the wind taking that one off. I think she did make contact, though. And the gust here really exceeding 60 or 70 so kilometres per hour. It's very strong indeed. This is now Olive Wade. And she does a great job here with a seed mark of 1.52. She's definitely one to watch. She clears 1.25 on the first attempt. And Cheyenne Hall is the only person here who has a higher seed mark than Olive Wade. So Ruby Harris now approaching from the right-hand side of the mat. Sweeping around. Concerted approach from Ruby. And just not clearing on this occasion. So this is 1.25. Her seed mark 1.31. And this is now the first time we'll see Isla Scully as well, representing the Sydney East Association. She'll also be involved in the relay in a little bit of time. Passed on the first round. Here is Scully now. A wind of the arm. And winding up and clearing. First attempt at 1.25. Up and over she goes. So Drew Cooney has also passed here. Now, I believe this might be Olivia Kehoe here, who has the attempt, coming from the right-hand side now. Although, based on that outfit, that could well have been Drew Cooney. That was in a McKillop outfit, so Eleanor McCann also being skipped here because she's actually gone off to race in the 100-metre final. So she must have skipped, or passed I should say, but this is now Emily Manning, approaching from the left-hand side. Manning nearly clear, just the final little calf muscle coming into contact with the bar. And Ellie Briggs with a seed mark of 1.41 clears 1.25 on the first attempt. And now Layla Carr, seed mark of 1.4, looking to clear 1.25 and nails it here. Layla Carr, she passed in the first round. And now we'll see if Lexi Brown will have the attempt herself here. And yes, here she is now. So Lexi Brown with a seed mark of 1.39, approaching from the left-hand side here for 1.25. Brown up and over. Oh, just for a moment it was hanging there in the balance. And in the end, just not clearing. So Matilda McDonald now representing the Western Association, approaching from the right-hand side. Again, the breeze picking up. It's causing all sorts of havoc for our officials. They're just making sure that the mark is correct here. A little bit of contact with the bar. It's potentially lowered it slightly. Crucial that it is level, of course, otherwise our competitors might begin to figure out one side is lower than the other. But here now is Matilda McDonald on the approach for 1.25, slowing up just before the jump, but still clearing. So perfect so far from Matilda, clearing both 1.2 and 1.25 on the first attempt. And now Shaylin Smith, representing Paulding, will have the attempt here. She cleared 1.2 on the first attempt. The wind again really picking up. You can just see those rain jackets on our officials here billowing in the breeze. But no mistake here for Shaylin Smith. Now Ella Long still not with us here. She's off for the relay. In fact, that is Ella Long now. So she's come into action and has cleared at 1.25. So there's a few coming and going throughout. Eleanor McCann, who completed, I should say, at 1.2 and then passed on the follow-up. She clears that one. Now this is Emmy Spence approaching from the right-hand side for Sydney East. And clears that one very easily there. A seed mark of 1.49. And Jada Shackleton now out of Bathurst Public School, representing the Western Association, looking to clear 1.25. And contact there with the bar, so she'll have to have another crack at that one. And Isla Croft for the Hunter Association. She approached from the right-hand side initially, and that is the direction she'll head in once more here. It's a very wide approach too from Isla Croft, really looking to work the angles here. Croft on the approach now, running at speed and clearing again, really does kick her legs up in emphatic fashion. She's done a good job there. Now, Cheyenne Hall has once again opted to pass here from the combined independent schools. So we move on to Ella Harris. Didn't like the approach there, and just on Cheyenne Hall, she is the leader in terms of the seed mark. 1.6 she has cleared, not too far off the all-time record at this level, 1.64. As Harris collects the bar, and as a result, she'll need a second attempt. Now, Sophia McMaster, our last jumper, through for the first time, of course, with Portia Malmborg, dropping out at the 1.2 height and cleared there on the first attempt from Sophie McMaster for the Northwest. So we start anew. Second attempt here. And it will be Kelly Briggs. He does have one of the stronger seed mark heights of 1.5 metres. Of course, opted to pass on the 1.2, so probably still warming up into her jumps here. She set a few marks for herself now with the tape. And eventually she'll be able to have another attempt here, but in the meantime, this is Olive Wade. In fact, sorry, not Olive Wade, Ruby Harris, who's collected the bar again here on the second attempt. And now Emily Manning, who will have the approach from the left-hand side here for the Hunter Association. Second attempt. Nearly clearing 1.25. It sat around for an eternity, that bar, before falling. So Lexi Brown with her second effort here at 1.25. A seed mark for her of 1.39. Brown from the left-hand side. Brown up and over. Great jump from Lexi Brown, and she's pleased with that one. Clearing it on the second attempt. Jada Shackleton should be our next, although we've popped in here with, I think, just trying to see who this might be. It might actually be Ella Long. And this one is most certainly clear. So Long is through. And now this will be Jada Shackleton. Here she is for the Western Association. Looping around to the right-hand side. Big swing on the approach. Oh, nearly clearing, and just at the end, the glutes coming into contact with the bar and knocking it free. So a third and final attempt to come for Jada Shackleton. Ella Harris now for the South Coast, hailing from Maruya. On the approach, and that bar still wobbling all over the place. So good work from our officials, ensuring that the jump didn't go any further than that. Very testing conditions here at Sydney Athletic Centre in Sydney's Olympic Park. As now, again, the attempt here from Shackleton. And Shackleton clears that one. In fact, is that Shackleton here? So they're running through thick and fast. They're all clearing now, though, for the South Coast. Yeah, I think they've gone and said that Shackleton's previous attempt was being impacted. So it should have been Harris through. And now we are with Eleanor McCann. Now, this is actually her first attempt at this height. So she hasn't passed. She's just come back from a 100-metre sprint. McCann clearing again on the first here. Seed mark of 1.34. So we're a little bit out of order here. McCann coming back into the frame. And now Kelly Briggs should be here. It is indeed Kelly Briggs. Now this should be her final attempt at 1.25. Shotput to pass at 1.2. Seed mark of 1.5. So she definitely is capable of getting up over the bar here, but trying conditions as Briggs comes on the approach. Sweeps the legs up and makes no mistake. That's a good jump from Kelly Briggs under pressure. She moves through to 1.3 metres. This is now the last chance for Ruby Harris. Harris on the approach, unfortunately collecting the bar. There was contact. It wasn't the wind, so Ruby Harris bows out at 1.25 metres. Emily Manning now assessing things here for her final attempt at this height, 1.25 metres. Emily Manning now. Last chance at the 1.25 metre height, the same as her seed mark coming into this one. And, oh, Manning! It bounced a number of times across the frame. It looked like it just might go her way, but falling off at the death. Emily Manning now bows out. I think with Jada Shackleton getting that second attempt, yes, that has been confirmed. Jada Shackleton clearing on the third and final. So to Ella Harris. So we've only lost a further two here in the form of Ruby Harris and Emily Manning. Still a large field. Still 18 competitors involved. We've already up to the 1.3 metre height. And based on the efforts in the seed mark of Cheyenne Hall of 1.6, the record could also be under threat. 1.64, the all-time record for the senior girls, 12s to 13s, set back in 2018 by Delta Amidzovsky. So we'll quickly check in to make sure that we have the same details as our marshalling staff. Commentary to continue in just a moment. So back underway here for the girls' seniors high jump, 12 to 13 years. And straight away, Olive Wade clearing that one. So she passes the mark at 1.3 metres, and now with Ruby Harris dropping out at the 1.25 metre mark, this is Isla Scully. Again with that nice winding arm approach, the windmill effect, and breezing it in the process. This now, Drew Cooney on the approach and up and over. Beautiful form from Cooney, clearing that one with relative ease for the McKillop region. And just to make things that little bit more confusing, here is Olivia Keogh, who's not listed, at least on my sheet, with a region, but wearing very similar outfit to McKillop. But we'll stick with that. And clipping the bar as she came through, though, Olivia Keogh. But I think they're going to suggest that was already wobbling from the wind. Yes, it was. So another attempt here for Olivia Keogh. No indiscretion on that first here at the height of 1.3 metres. She'll line up once more from this right-hand side in the fluoro pink socks. On the approach once more. Long stride up towards the bar. This time definitely contact. And that one impacting the bar. So now Eleanor McCann has been a very busy woman in the past 15 minutes. At 1.3 metres, not clearing it the first time around, nearly going off the side too there was McCann. But she's cleared the 1.2 in the second attempt, cleared the 1.25 on the first, and in between those two attempts, ran in the 100-metre final as well. But first attempt at 1.3, unsuccessful. Now Emily Manning is out. So this is now an attempt here from Ellie Briggs for Sydney North Association. And clearing easily again. So Briggs has done it each and every time on the first attempt. Good form here with the seed mark of 1.41. This now is Layla Carr. And that one's gone down. I don't think they're going to suggest that's from the wind, though. That is most certainly contact there from Layla Carr. So first attempt unsuccessful. Now I'm not sure where Lexi Brown has popped off to, but this is now Matilda McDonald on the approach from the right-hand side. For a moment there, I thought she was going to pull out of the jump. Didn't seem to be happy with the approach. I continued through with it, and that will go as an X against her name. First attempt at this height, unsuccessful. So Lexi Brown is there. She's just conferring with some marshals at the moment, potentially about a different event. So we might have to see Lexi still have a jump to come, but this is Shaylin Smith now. And Smith, again, clearing on the first attempt. Well done from the Paulding Association product. Seed mark of 1.35 metres and doing it easy here so far. All three attempts on the first go. Now, Ella Long representing Sydney's West. And that one clipping the bar. She's also been involved in the relay so far. It's very cold here too. The athletes just trying to stay warm. And running hot for that matter is Emmy Spence. Easy as you like a hot air balloon rising. She is up and over that bar. Now, Jada Shackleton, who just snuck through at the 1.25 metre height on her final attempt, looking to clear 1.3. Very wide approach here from Shackleton. Shackleton so close to just squeezing over the top. And clipped it right right at the death. Now, having a look as well at Lexi Brown, she's actually practicing here for the discus, so I think she's having to work between the two events. Fortunately, it's just to the right-hand side of this high jump, as we see an effort here from Isla Croft, who has been perfect so far, but this one clipping the bar. Now, Cheyenne Hall again opting to pass at this height. Her seed mark 1.6. This is now Ella Harris approaching from the right-hand side. Harris not enjoying the approach though. She'll line this one up again. Harris unable to clear this time though, so was able to do so on her second attempt at the 1.25. First attempt here at the 1.3, unsuccessful. And now Sophie McMaster, our final jumper here, clears it once more on the first. Perfect as well for McMaster. A seed mark of 1.43, and she's cleared 1.2, 2.5 and 1.3 with relative ease. And Lexi Brown throwing the discus just to the right off screen. So we'll still have to see her jump in a moment. And this now a second attempt here for Olivia Keogh. And clearing it with ease there, Olivia Keogh. So she moves through to the next phase. Eleanor McCann now looking to do the exact same. And McCann, geez, that was a very close run thing. It's the slightest of grazes on the bar. Wobbled around and eventually falling. So McCann will have one final attempt. As it stands, she's the only one to now be through to that final attempt. But here comes an effort from Layla Carr, and Layla Carr toes over apex and certainly gets the result. So she's through. Still yet to see an attempt here from Lexi Brown. This is Matilda McDonald, and McDonald also clears. Great jump from Matilda, representing the Western Association. This is now Ella Long's second attempt, and clearing 1.3 metres. Now that bar most definitely falling before contact was made. And I fancy she would have actually cleared it anyway. She was well above that height. So unlucky there for Ella Long. But she'll have another attempt now. Long approaching from the right-hand side. Not enjoying that jump she pulled out very late in the piece. And it certainly would start to become just a bit of a mental impact, knowing this wind is floating around. Long, this time unable to get up and over it. She'll get one final crack at it, though, as Jada Shackleton now lines up her second attempt here. Once more, the very wide approach from Shackleton, swinging all the way around to the right, up, over, and looking to clear for half a second there. The bar eventually falling, so there's a few with a point to prove on their last jump. McCann is one of them, Long as well. Now Shackleton. Here is Isla Croft, who cleared on the 1.2 and 1.25 on the first attempt. Second attempt now at 1.3. Croft, once more flicking the legs up nice and high, but back still coming into contact with the bar. So that's two attempts down. Now Ella Harris to the fore. Harris with a bit of a straighter approach this time. Same result though. The feet just clipping that bar. So two strikes for her. Now Lexi Brown is ready to go. She's finished up with the discus to the right, but she won't get the first crack here. Instead, they'll go for the third attempt here for Eleanor McCann, representing the Sydney Southwest Association. Final chance to push through to the 1.35 metre height for McCann. Really steaming in this time around, getting up above the bar for a moment. A little bit too much angle there for her. Continued to track across the face of the bar and eventually made contact. She's not impressed with it either. Collects the jumper and she's off in a hurry. So McCann, unfortunately, is out. Well done, though, Eleanor, for getting to this stage. And now Lexi Brown with her first attempt here at this level. And Brown straight away, perfection once more. Lexi Brown. 1.2, got it on the first attempt, 1.25 on the second, now 1.3 on the first. Here is Ella Long. Final attempt, and Long, unfortunately, doesn't clear. So she falls victim to the 1.3 metre height. And also a last chance here for Jada Shackleton. Once more, that very wide approach. Shackleton this time clears it. Got a little bit of contact with the bar. This time it simply wobbled. It didn't fall, and Shackleton, by the barest of margins, through to 1.35 metres. Her seed mark, 1.34. So a real test coming up for her. So too here for Isla Croft. Her last effort at this height. Croft not enjoying the approach. Everyone else cleared through. She is the last cab off the rank. We've lost a few more at this height. Be a real test once we reach the 1.35 though. That's where a lot of seed marks are sitting. Here is Croft. Croft with a beautiful jump. Really just sailing through the air like a bird. The big thumbs up comes out as well from a few of the other contestants. And in fact, there will be one more. This is Ella Harris, again with a bit of a straighter approach. And Harris, oh yeah, I think that was across and then the wind taking. Marshals agree. So Harris also survives. We haven't actually lost that many. The girls really putting on a show here, and we hope you're enjoying all the action, all the coverage on Bar TV and New South Wales School Sports Unit. They've cleared the 1.3, 1.35 to come in just a moment. We'll confer with our officials to make sure there's no other passes and also that we've got the correct jumpers moving through, but we haven't lost too many. Pause and commentary, and the stream will continue.
Two underway, Greenwood, Woodport, Norwich, Lady Fatima, Kalani Heights, Lily Billy, St Patrick's, People Ladies College, Boney Bay on the outside. Lady Fatima got it away pretty well, and also on the outside, holding nicely is Boney Bay Public School, the White Sierras, People Ladies College, also in contention here, both curriculum teams. Lady Fatima as well, pushing through the outer lanes at the moment. City East team, Boney Bay still up there. Also, the Billy Public School is actually coming through, flying around a bit. Ladies College in the white. The ones with the target on their back at the moment here. Briefly on the inside as well as Woodport Public School as well. City North region, but it is a Lady Fatima Corridor. Just behind. Got the Melbourne from Woodport Public School. He's got the lead. Kalani Heights charging up the middle. He might get into second. And maybe even into a first. So City East Public School gets the lead. Slightly bigger. Semi-final time at 59, 98. Well, that's what I'd say. Semi-final two junior girls.
So action resuming here for the senior girls, 12 to 13's high jump. 1.35 the new mark here as Kelly Briggs approaches. Briggs nearly clearing there. There was plenty of wind floating about. We have seen a bit of discretion so far from the marshals in terms of whether wind was the contributing factor for the bar falling or not. But contact made there as Olive Wade, who's been flawless so far, has the approach. And again, Olive Wade absolutely on fire. She's only had 4 attempts in total. She's cleared 4 levels, a C mark of 1.52. So far, she is the benchmark. Just the one pass at this level as well. Once again, Cheyenne Hall. But this now is Isla Scully, who does a great job and clears here. 1.35 on the first attempt. So passing at the first level, she's also been flawless since that point. Just 3 attempts, 3 clears. Now, Drew Cooney here. On the approach, Cooney, the entire back cleared. It was just the legs which weren't quite flicked up enough. So she passed the first 2 attempts, cleared on the 1.3 on her first go. Now just centimetres away, millimetres in fact, if you will, from having those legs clear. This now is Olivia Keogh for her first attempt at the 1.35 metres. Approaching from the right-hand side and perhaps just waiting for the wind to die down a little bit. I don't think it's going to, though, unfortunately, for Olivia. Olivia Keogh. Now, that surely left before any contact was made there for Olivia Keogh, so I think she'll have to go back to the mark. It does make things very difficult, conditions like this. It's extremely windy here at Sydney Athletic Centre. So still the first attempt here for Olivia Keogh. Keogh on the approach from the right-hand side. Again, whipping the body up and over. She clears 1.35 onto 1.4 she goes. So now with Eleanor McCann and Emily Manning both dropping out, the 7th and 8th. We move to Ellie Briggs here. Briggs once more clears with ease. Got a wonderful style, really gets the legs up and over. 1.41 the C mark. She'll now be testing that at the next level, 1.4. She moves on to as now Layla Carr out of Lucas Heights, representing Sydney East Association. Gets set to have a crack here from the right-hand side. Carr, just for a moment, nearly clearing, but contact with the bar. First attempt unsuccessful. And now Lexi Brown, having competed in the discus just moments ago and then jumping and clearing on the first attempt at 1.3, has a 1.35 attempt here. And Lexi Brown again, flawless in the execution. Such a terrific athlete, Lexi Brown. She's been competing in just about everything to date. Discus, shot put, a few track events as well. Certainly here in the high jump too. The approach now comes in from Matilda McDonald. And that one will count as a fault. So Shaylin Smith now approaching from the right-hand side, representing the Polding Association. It's been flawless so far. Now that one started to move in flight. Definitely contacted the bar though. Shaylin Smith, her first unsuccessful attempt, having cleared all 3 previous heights on the first go. Ella Long has been eliminated at the previous height, so now we move on to Emmy Spence out of Gymea Bay, representing Sydney's East. Here she comes. A lot of pace about this build-up too, and then really just cruising over the bar. Well, that was a frighteningly good attempt there from Emmy Spence, who once more, every attempt she's made, she's passed on the first go. Now, Jada Shackleton here for Western Association, again with that wide option. Now, the bar flying off before she arrived at it. So another attempt here. Still the first attempt, though. The wind going to another level here at Sydney Athletic Centre. You might hear it through the effects microphone too, as Shackleton makes a little bit of contact. So Isla Croft, her seed mark coming into this tournament, 1.33. So she'll have to better that here to clear this one. 1.35, the current marker. Representing the Hunter Association, here comes Croft. Not liking the approach. She'll head back to the mark. Just taking a little look as well at flight 2 of 2, which is to the left of what you're seeing. We've whittled down the potential jumpers on that side of the equation. As Croft again, this time unable to pull up on the approach. She did make contact with the mat. As a result, that will be a fault, but this one now coming in for Ella Harris, who's unable to clear on that first attempt. And now Sophie McMaster with a seed mark height of 1.43. Has her first attempt here. Not liking it, but also not making contact. Did she? Oh, yes. Just. I think it was a little stray hand that pushed out. So that will count as a fault. So now back to the top of the order we go. Our first round of second attempts here. This through the Gunnedah product. Kelly Briggs representing the Northwest. Briggs with that very controlled approach of hers. Sweeping up the legs again, but just not clearing with the glutes. They made contact with the bar. Now Wade Olive once again moving through. So to Isla Scully. This is Drew Cooney. And Cooney with a beautiful leap, throwing the legs and also the plats over the top of the bar. And on her second attempt, she moves forward to the 1.4 metre challenge. And now Layla Carr with her second attempt here. Carr on the approach. Plenty of pace about it too. Pulling up before the jump itself though. Unfortunately not making contact with the mat. We've seen two jumpers so far at this height. Attempt to pull up but making contact. Carr now. This time going through with the jump and doing a great job. Little bit of a connection with the bar, but ultimately clearing. For a moment there, they were looking for the white flag, but the red comes up for a foul on this occasion here. That time for Matilda McDonald. But Layla Carr is through, so Shaylin Smith now for Paulding. We'll have this attempt here. So Smith approaching, and this time clears beautifully. So she's had 5 total attempts and has cleared 4 times, 1.2, 1.25 and 1.3, all on the first go. And now 1.35 on her second attempt. That equals her seed mark. Here is Jada Shackleton, a second attempt. A little bit too angled on that approach. She just kept drifting across the face of the bar. And her second attempt unsuccessful here. Now Isla Croft, who will have to beat her seed mark of 1.33 to qualify here for the next level. This, of course, at 1.35. Croft with her second attempt at this level. Croft again, unable to pull out before the jump. Once more contacting the mat. And in fairness to Croft, she is one of the shorter competitors here in this senior girls division. She's done a terrific job to date, though. She really does whip the legs up. Gets the feet nice and high as now Harris has the attempt, and she was looking to potentially pull out there right at the death, decided to continue through with it. And that is a second foul now for Ella Harris. So last chance saloon for a few jumpers. Sophie McMaster here with her second, representing the Northwest Association, and McMaster masters that one. Over on the second attempt. So now down to our last chance saloon. Kelly Briggs here for the Northwest Association. Hailing from Gunnedah with a seed mark of 1.5 metres. She will back herself for this one. Still 15 centimetres shy of her qualifier for this tournament. But the first two attempts unsuccessful to date. Briggs approaching from the right-hand side. Once more gets the knees working high. Unfortunately, she's connected the bar. And Briggs bows out at 1.35. She cleared 1.3. But no more for Kelly. She's done a great job throughout the tournament today. A little bit disappointed with that effort, though. Just taking a little look at her underneath the marquee. Jumper straight on. And not 100% happy there. But she can still hold her head very high. And this here is Matilda McDonald on her final attempt. Pulling up short of the jump. She's got to get this one right. She knows the equation. 1.37 metres her seed mark. And Matilda McDonald, unfortunately, unable to get over 1.35. But well done to Matilda for getting to this stage. However, she will bow out. And occurring in the background as well, our mixed 8 to 13s age group 4x100 metre relay Bagley Heat semis. Of course, multiple streams running today. You can check out all the track action as well if you know of family and friends running in that one. Here, though, is Shackleton with her last attempt. Now, was that already shifting before she arrived? Yes, they're going to say that's cleared, and the breeze took it. So they're on the money here, our officials, and Shackleton moves into the 1.4 metre category. Now, Isla Croft here, who's had a few troubles with this height. She's looked at the bar. It is very, very high. She's pulled up on the run twice and contacted the mat. So yet to actually see a jump here at this height from Isla Croft. She's got to go for it now. Croft storming in on the approach. Pulls away right at the death. It is a tough one. It's been the undoing of a number of runners here, this particular height. Isla Croft from this right-hand side. Will she go through with the jump this time? No, again, not enjoying the approach. Feeling the pressure here, Isla Croft. Storming in again from this right-hand side, and for the third time, deciding against the jump. That'll be the only one she gets, though. And ultimately, Isla Croft bows out, having not contested that height there of 1.35. In fairness to Isla, it's above her seed mark of 1.33. And now Harris on the approach will have the jump. Contacts the bar, and she joins Croft, unable to advance to the next stage, and that should be our full round here at the 1.35 metre height. Temperatures just continuing to drop here as well at Sydney Olympic Park. It is very, very cold and tough for our competitors here to stay warm, to stay sharp. current temperatures now around Sydney, of course, do keep in mind this is taken from the CBD itself, 17 degrees. I can assure you it feels a lot colder here at Sydney Olympic Park. So the jumpers are out, the hands are in the pockets. The girls are doing a desperate job here to try and stay warm. But they'll have to keep limbered here. Still another height to go, and there's still plenty of competitors alive here on flight 1 of 2 at the 1.4 metre height. We'll just do our final checks here, see if anyone is passing, and commentary will continue in a moment.
Barrington and Trundle on the outside. As a Regency, Barrington off to a pretty good start. Also strong. That's Spring Hill. Riverina, Gilgowie as well. The other Riverina team, both of them seems in a great position. Baringo into the second change here as well. Jordan holding that momentum. There's a few teams who did so pretty well there. So we've got Western Region on the outside, Spring Hill. Both the Riverina teams in contention. Baringo and Gilgowie into the final change here. The semi-final teams have three automatically through to the final, and the lead at the moment belongs to Baringo. Riverina, not anymore though. Karangi and North Coast is powering through. All noticed the this impressive stuff. Got the best conditions, but you wouldn't know the way Karangi just ran there. Both the Riverina teams will get through as well. There we go, and Gilgowie to the final of the 90 Trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the presentation area where we are about to present medals to the place getters in the senior girls. Multiclass 100 metres. Medals today will be presented by the leader of the New South Wales Sports Unit, Peter Banks. In third position from Putney, Sarah Long. From Panania in Sydney Southwest, our silver medalist is Chloe Hunter. And our gold medalist, the New South Wales champion from Nambucca Heads on the North Coast, please congratulate.
So here we are back underway for the senior girls 12 to 13 high jump flight 1 of 2, and again in perilous form here from Olive Wade, who has had now 5 attempts and has cleared on the first time each and every time. She moves straight on to 1.45 metres. And now Isla Scully, who is also floating around. Might have even been a slight change of order here. I'm not sure where this particular jumper has come from. Now there's a whole heap of troubles here too with the breeze taking the bar. And also worth pointing out, if you are watching at home and you're wondering, well, some of the times the bar is falling once they hit the mat, that's purely coincidental. I believe that's actually Sophie McMaster who's come forward. She might have another event to go towards. So she's had a quick attempt and now she's immediately running off. So I think she actually is involved in the relay here potentially. But now this is Isla Scully, who's also shown terrific form thus far. A little hop and a bounce in the attempt, and the windmill arm comes out again, and once more it works to great effect. Scully moves through to 1.45. Hotly contested here. So Drew Cooney now, representing the MacKillop Association and hailing from Picton. Comes from the left-hand side, sweeps up the legs, and they just collect the bar right at the death. as I was saying, it's worth mentioning that this bar itself is completely detached from the mat. So if it seems like the bar starts to wobble a little bit more once contact is made with the mat, it's actually got nothing to do with reverberations pushing through the mat into the bar. Completely separated, just in case you're wondering at home. Now this is Olivia Keogh. On the approach from the right, trying to squeeze across, but the back makes contact with the bar. And now Ellie Briggs, who has also been perfect so far, but this will be a test. Her seed mark is 1.41. We're jumping here at 1.4 metres. But she's passed every level on her first attempt. Can the form continue here? Briggs on the approach. Up and over, a little wobble there for a while before falling off. And Briggs has finally found a challenge. So now Layla Carr out of Lucas Heights from the Sydney East Association with a seed mark of 1.4. She'll need to best that here to try and get above it. Now she stopped before that jump was able to be connected, but there might have been a little touch there, and we'll back the marshals in there on the spot. Our commentary position, of course, doesn't take into account where those feet might contact parts of the bar or even the mattress before, I should say mat, before going for that jump. As Layla Carr gets a cross next to her name. Now we've hopped ahead here because Lexi Brown was just on the podium receiving a medal. So she'll be back with us shortly. But Shaylin Smith now to continue for Paulding. And Smith so close to getting across it. Just collecting there in the end. So she passed 1.35 on her second attempt. First attempt there at 1.4. Not successful. Now Emmy Spence here for Sydney East. Got up nice and high there, but again, just collecting that bar. There's a little bit of extra singlet that is just poking out there. And that potentially could impact the bar, so she might need to tuck that in a little bit tighter. But first attempt here from Emmy Spence, contacting the bar. Now Jada Shackleton, approaching once more wide from the right. Shackleton coming across a little bit too diagonal on that occasion. And for the first time, we're about to see Cheyenne Hall, who got the highest qualifying seed mark of 1.6 metres. She has passed at every height so far, but this is her first attempt of the afternoon. This is the one to watch. Bouncing approach here and then whipping up and over, and what a way to make an entrance. Her first jump of the afternoon, and she clears at 1.4 metres. Now Lexi Brown, who has run from the podium down the other end of the stadium all the way back here to the high jump, trying to clear 1.4. And they'll clear that because that did come off the bar, off the back of the win. In fact, there might have to be a little chat here. There might be a second attempt, I think, as opposed to a direct clearance. And they're just checking in here. And I think they're going to say that is still good, still through. So yes, Lexi not looking to line up for another attempt. She has passed it once again and in the process has bested her seed mark. Well done, Lexi. And well done for that matter as well here to the efforts of, I believe that might once more be Sophie McMaster, is it? In fact, no, that was Drew Cooney who's gone across. So now here we are with Olivia Kehoe. So Cooney through to the 1.45 metres, clearing 1.4 on her second attempt. Here is Olivia Kehoe now. Kehoe whipping up those fluoro pink socks. They're flashy, and so too was that effort. Second attempt and cleared. Ellie Briggs now, who passed the first 4 heights on her first attempt, now has a second attempt here for 1.4. Wasn't happy on the approach, and you could see that pretty early on. Pulled up with a few metres to go. Just reassessing things here. Briggs once more. Better approach this time, sweeping up. The legs certainly cleared. It was just the glutes that made contact with the bar. The second attempt there unsuccessful for Ellie Briggs. So one final effort for her to come still. Layla Carr now on the approach. Pulling up just shy of an attempt. She'll get 3 runs here. And on the third, if there is no actual attempt, that will result in a foul as well. Carr again with the option. Not enjoying that one, so she might as well have a crack here on this next approach. Otherwise, it will count as an attempt regardless. Here is Carr. And deciding to head away, and that will be the red flag for Layla Carr. Now, Lexi Brown, who has been told, in fact, that that previous attempt will not count. So this is still her first attempt. I think that one may nearly have cleared as well. And they're going to say there was contact from Lexi Brown. So unfortunately for Lexi, should have already thought she was through. But that does only count as her first attempt, not second. This now is Shaylin Smith's second attempt. She'll pull up short of the approach. Shaylin Smith assessing the situation here. Wind has died down just for a moment. Now it's probably a decent time to go for it. And she obliges. Smith up, not quite over though. A second piece of contact there. One final attempt to come for Shaylin Smith. And now for Emmy Spence, here is her second. And again, just beautiful form from Emmy Spence. Careers the entire body over the bar. A very professional approach from Spence. She's through to 1.45. Now Shackleton with a second attempt. Sweeping far from the right. Unable to sweep the legs up though. And so she'll get one final crack at things here as Sophie McMaster comes out, and they're all trying to stay warm. So the jumper goes back on. I can tell you now it is freezing here at Sydney Athletic Centre. I'm watching my cameraman, and it's a miracle that he's actually able to ensure that the camera isn't shaking all over the place, because I know through his bones he is. Well done, Jack Mack. As unfortunately Sophie McMaster collects the bar there. So one final attempt for her, and a final attempt coming up now for Ellie Briggs. Flawless up until this point. Briggs cleared the first 4 heights on her first attempt. This will be the final time she can try and clear this one. At 1.4, her C mark is 1.41. It's going to have to be close to a PB, and Briggs does it. Well, when the pressure was mounting, she rose up to the occasion and rose above the bar. She's on to 1.45. That will be the real test for Ellie Briggs, but well done for the Sydney North Association representative. Now Layla Carr also on her last chance. Carr trying to clear, liked the approach, but just managing to clip the bar. Layla Carr bows out at 1.35 metres, unable to clear the 1.4. And now Lexi Brown here with her second attempt. So she'll have another one after this one, if unsuccessful. Brown, for a moment it was looking like it might just stick. It was hanging thereabouts. So second attempt unsuccessful from Lexi Brown. She still has one more though. And Shaylin Smith now with one final chance. A third attempt here for the Polding Association representative. Smith just starts to cast a little bit of doubt into the mind when we get heights like this, 1.4 metres. As someone who can only jump a good 20 centimetres, I'm already in awe. So Shaylin Smith now from the right-hand side. Trying to work up a bit of pace here. This time enjoying the approach a little bit more. Smith careening across the bar though, making contact. She started like a house on fire. 1.2, 1.25 and 1.3 all cleared on the first attempt. Second attempt for 1.35, so it's been a very strong performance given the C mark is 1.35 overall. But bowing out at 1.4, unable to progress any further. Here's Shackleton now, her last attempt. Shackleton making the jump but not making the clearance. She also bows out. Croft is already out, of course. Sophie McMaster with a third and final attempt here, representing the Northwest Association. Now, Lexi Brown will still have one more after this, of course. And then from there, we will move to the 1.45 metre height. There's still enough jumpers left in this one to ensure that we won't be going up by increments of 3 as Sophie McMaster also bows out. So there should be one final attempt coming here from Lexi Brown unless she's decided that height might be beyond her. So I'm just taking a little look. I'm not sure if Lexi is still there. In fact, yes, she is. So she is floating about, but she's put on the jumper. And I think that will do it for her. She's called it. So Brown opting against a third and final attempt here. Her seed mark, 1.39. She was very close to clearing on the first attempt. Definite contact on that second. She's just conferring with the marshals now. I think they might be informing her she definitely does have one more if she wants it. Final checks here from the marshals, pushing forward at 1.4 metres. We're ready to roll for 1.45 in just a moment. And we'll check in as well to see if there's anyone remaining from the flight 2 of 2 on the left-hand side of your screen, just off screen for that matter. And we'll have a quick little check-in here with our marshals and give you all the details.
It's all North Coast as well. Great job in semi-final number 2 of girls senior 4x1.
Marshalling now for track events 91 through to 96. Our 11s, 12s, 13s, boys and girls 100 metre finals. That's track events 91 through to 96. 11-year-old
So when it looks
girls
like she's
40s,
ready to go,
12-year-old
I'm
girls
not already
40s,
facing her.
13-year-old girls 40s, 100-metre fire.
Alright.
On the approach. Welcome back here to the girls 12 to 13 seniors high jump. We're down to 9 final competitors. So we've got 8 remaining on our right, but we'll stick here with our one and only competitor left on flight 2 of 2. This is the left-hand mat. I'll keep you up to date what's happening on the right-hand side too. It's a first attempt here and collection of the bar from Olive Wade, and there we go. So first attempt from Emma Wetterhill as the sole remaining participant at the 1.45 metre mark from flight 2 of 2. Failed attempt here as well from Isla Scully, her seed mark 1.49, this now at 1.45, so we're starting to get into that territory where it is quite difficult for our jumpers. Scully, once again, working the arm and then working the entire body, whipping the legs over the bar. She goes over our first competitor through to that 1.5 metre mark. I'll tell you what, we're going to run out of paper here. Now Cooney, nearly getting over the top there, Drew Cooney. First attempt was close. And now this is Olivia Kehoe warming up. And if we do notice that Emma Wetterhill is about to jump again, we'll try and squeeze that in for you. She's still just keeping warm at the moment though. But here is Olivia Kehoe looking to clear 1.45. Contact with the bar there, so unable to do so here. We've got 8 jumpers in total. On the right, just the one remaining to the left, and here is Emma Wetterhill starting to warm up again. We'll capture her just after this attempt here from Briggs, and Briggs collects the bar. So let's head back over to this left-hand side. This is Wetterhill with a second attempt, and a second strike against the name. So she'll have one final attempt here to clear this 1.45. Back onto the action here on our right mat. The flight 1 of 2. This is Emmy Spence. First attempt. 1.45 and clearing. She's off to 1.5 metres. What an effort from Spence. But this is the woman to watch here. 1.6 metres is the seed mark. Only one attempt so far and cleared it easily. This time though, a little bit more difficult here for Cheyenne Hall. Only her second attempt overall. She passed all the initial attempts. And now this is Emma Wetterhill. Third and final attempt here. Trying to get up over the bar. She makes contact. So that will do for Emma Wetterhill. She cleared 1.4, but not 1.45. Well done to Emma. We'll see how things play out here on the right-hand side, but we are back now with Olive Wade. Wade clears it. Well, it was hovering around. There was a nervous look from the mat itself, but it stayed in place, and Olive Wade has been tremendous so far. So she moves through to 1.5 metres. Here comes Cooney. Cooney whipping the legs up as well. A great effort here. And Drew Cooney through to 1.5 metres. So 3 already through, Emmy Spence included. Olivia Kehoe looking to become number 4. 1 out for sure, that's Wetterhill. Kehoe now. Again making contact, so Kehoe, the first jumper at 1.45 on this flight 1 of 2 right-hand side mat to collect 2 fouls. And Ellie Briggs now out of Manly Vale Public School, representing Sydney's North. Her second attempt at 1.45 metres. Briggs just clipping that bar there with a fair bit of force, actually. I thought this one might be the height that would trouble her just a little bit. 1.41 metres, the seed mark. This now at 1.45. It's very high indeed. Now, Cheyenne Hall from Wallandilly, representing the Combined Independent Schools Association. First attempt unsuccessful. Second attempt here, third overall in this competition. She only just joined at the last height. Hall this time can't get over the top. And she's very disappointed with herself too. Given the seed mark of 1.6, you can understand why. Based on that number, she's come into this particular competition as the favourite. She'll have one final effort here to try and get over that mark. And speaking of a final effort, here is Olivia Keogh with her third and last attempt. Trying to keep warm, stay limber in these freezing conditions here. A real taste of winter at Sydney Olympic Park. Tough on the body, tough on our athletes here today. 1.45 metres the marker. Last attempt here for Olivia Keogh. Approaching from the right. Bit of pace about the work too. Keogh whips up the legs. The pink socks are over the bar, and she is also over the moon with that attempt. A big smile as she leaves the mat. She goes through to 1.5 metres. Now here is Briggs on her last attempt. Briggs trying to clear, collects the bar. Ellie Briggs bows out after a terrific performance. She cleared 1.4. Her seed mark, of course, 1.41. And now the moment of truth here for Cheyenne Hall. For the Combined Independent Schools Association, 1.6 metres the seed mark. The highest qualifier of any jumper here today. Can she do it on the last attempt? Didn't like the approach. And family here to watch. The arms are out. She's not sure what exactly isn't going to plan at the moment. Parents here in support, trying to get her on, but I must say, with the wind as it is, that has to play a factor too. If there was any doubt at all, with conditions as tough as they are, it just amplifies it. Now Hall, one final chance. Hall flying up over the top, this time no mistake. A sigh of relief, she looks to the heavens, and the prayers are answered. And there's a bit of interaction there with the family too, who are saying, of course you can do it. So Cheyenne Hall is through. And by my calculation, we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 final jumpers. So we've lost 2 from this particular flight 1 of 2, and also Emma Wetterhill, the last remaining jumper on flight 2 of 2 to the left hand of the camera, also bowing out. So 6 final jumpers remaining. This is where we can start to go up by increments of 3 if they choose to do so. So we'll just check in to see if that has been the option or if it's gone straight to 1.5.
Probably finish before Jake, I reckon.
Yep, so we should do that one.
Yeah, but I don't know if you need to get behind it. Doesn't look like there's a lot of...
So maybe just film from
You could probably just film from around here. Yeah.
roll?
Yep.
Is there much left?
It's yes and that one. So this is still going.
I mean, this is... I want to... No, yeah. Stay on this.
just if you finish that and that's still going.
Yep.
So welcome back here to the Seniors Girls 12 to 13 age group high jump finals. We're down to the last 7 competitors. One extra one coming through. Miscalculation from myself when ticking off the names, but we've got 7 left. We started the last round with 9, including Emma Wetterhill on our secondary mat on the left-hand side, not currently on screen, as Drew Cooney attempts here. 1.5, so close from Cooney. First attempt at 1.5, unsuccessful. Scully also clipping the bar, so too Olive Wade. So this one really proving to be a fierce match for our jumpers here. This is Olivia Keogh now. She cleared 1.45 on her final attempt, a seed mark of 1.47. She'll have to do a PB here to clear this height. We're actually jumping at 1.48 though, not 1.5. And Keogh, oh geez, it looked to happen for her. The whole body went up and over it. I think it was just the soles of the shoe. And have found a contact point with that bar. So Keogh, unsuccessful there. And then a terrific jump from Emmy Spence. First time round, clears 1.48. Her seed mark is 1.49, so she's approaching PB territory. And now Cheyenne Hall, our final jumper in the first round of attempts. Hall collecting the bar with the back there. So attempt number 1 unsuccessful. I'm just calculating here, she's only still had 5 attempts across the entirety of the height. So passing at 1.2, 2.5, 1.3 and 1.35. The first time we saw her jump was at 1.4 metres. Certainly backed herself coming into it. Now Olive Wade, her second attempt at 1.5 metres. Wade sweeps up and over. She's the first through to 1.5. Potentially, it could go to 1.51 here. So this is 1.48. It's likely we'll see that continue to go up by increments of 3, but she is through. She's past 1.48. Now Isla Scully jumping 1.48. The windmill comes out again. She approaches from the side. Doesn't get perhaps enough distance though. One final attempt to come for Scully. And Drew Cooney now looking for her second effort here. So Drew Cooney approaching from this left-hand side, a seed mark of 1.47. This would be a PB if she can clear. 1.48 the height. Cooney will, oh geez, I must say, that was a touch and go there. We'll again back the marshals. They're in the appropriate spots, but it looked like the wind potentially took that before the attempt there for Cooney. But as I mentioned, they're in a much better spot than I am. They're directly in line with the bar. For a moment there was consideration as to whether to hold up the white or the red though. So it was a close run thing. Here though is Olivia Keogh. Keogh again making contact with the back. Second attempt unsuccessful for Keogh. She'll get one final crack. And here now is the last of our second attempts with Cheyenne Hall, with Emmy Spence having already passed, or should I say cleared, on her first attempt. Hall now on the approach. Sweeping up but not getting the legs high enough there. And once again she'll have to do it the hard way at this height on the last attempt. And speaking of the last attempt, Drew Cooney and Isla Scully both ready, but here is Scully first from the right-hand side. Isla Scully. She's got that very unique approach with the windmill arm coming out. A little bounce as well during the run. Scully once more. She'll get 2 partial attempts here before she'll have to have a crack. There is the bounce again. The windmill arm comes out. Up and not over the bar, though. Scully will bow out. She cleared 1.45, but 1.48 will be her undoing. Well done to Isla, though. And now Drew Cooney needing a PB here. The seed mark of 1.47 coming into this particular tournament. 1.48 to clear. Cooney getting up, but not over. Each and every attempt has been millimetres in it. But Cooney on her third attempt bows out. So we've lost a further 2 here. Now Olivia Keogh is on her last effort here as well. 1.48. The seed mark for Keogh, 1.47. Also requiring a PB to clear this bar. Keogh from the right-hand side. Sweeping up the legs. The back again makes contact. No issue for the legs. But there is Keogh. She's out as well. And so the last potential jumper here. Cheyenne Hall to try and clear. Coming into this, she cleared 1.6. This at 1.48. 12 centimetres shy of that mark, but one last attempt. Cheyenne Hall doesn't clear it. And that's it. So Hall also bows out. A surprising result, given her seed mark coming here. But again, well done for making it this far into the tournament, clearing 1.45. And all of a sudden, it's a case of, well, then there were 2. So I believe it's only Olive Wade and Emmy Spence who have cleared at that height. I'll double check for you, but I'm pretty sure we're down to just 2 competitors. So we'll have to do a back count here potentially for that third place, the bronze medal. But gold will be between Olive Wade and Emmy Spence. We'll check in and all the action to come in just a moment.
Good to go.
And then there were 2. We're down to Olive Wade and Emmy Spence. They've sewn up at least a silver medal. They'll fight it out for the gold here and the New South Wales State Championship title for the girls 12 to 13 high jump. The new mark now set at 1.51 metres. More than 1.5 metres they'll have to clear. For Emmy Spence, that would be a personal best. Coming into this tournament, 1.49 the seed mark. And Olive Wade, 1.52. Here is Wade now with the first attempt. Wade trying to get up and over the bar. She clips it on this occasion. Across the entire day, she's only had 2 unsuccessful attempts and has cleared on 7 occasions. So now Emmy Spence, whose form has been superb in her last few jumps, really careening the entire body over the bar. Here she goes on the first attempt, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Bending like a boomerang, clearing the bar, and Emmy Spence is in pole position. The gold at the moment, she can fantasize it being draped around the neck. Pressure now on Olive Wade. Can she clear 1.51? Doesn't like the approach there. All the pressure now heaped on her shoulders for Spence. It's a waiting game. Olive Wade. This close to being her seed mark, just 1 centimetre shy of that 152. This is 151. Here she goes on a second attempt. Wade, very close. But the back just making contact with the bar, and now it all comes down to this. The nerves would be high. The adrenaline high as well for Olive Wade. One final attempt to take this one through to a jump off. Emmy Spence has cleared at 1.51 metres. Olive Wade, 2 unsuccessful attempts here at 1.51. Her seed mark, the personal best, 1.52. Can she match it again and force a jump off? Here is Wade on the approach, clips the bar, and Emmy Spence has done it. She claims gold and the state title here for the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships Girls 12 to 13 high jump. Gold to Emmy Spence from Sydney East, Gymea Bay. Olive Wade, a terrific effort herself. She'll claim silver, and we'll have a rather large countback process to find out who is bronze. So when that information does come through to us, we'll try and let you know. But Emmy Spence is going to try and increase the margin here. So she's not quite done and dusted as of yet. She wants it higher. And I'll quickly just check in what height she's going to be jumping. So already a PB here for Emmy Spence. She's now going to try and extend that margin up to 1.55. I must say she's jumping terrifically. She's in superb form. She's only had 1 unsuccessful attempt the entire day. So she's increased the increment by 4 centimetres, having already claimed gold here, Emmy Spence. Spence now to aim for a new PB. Unable to clear this particular height. And there's a little nod of the head there, Emmy Spence. Just ensuring that she is all right, and she is indeed. It's really just time to enjoy here for Emmy Spence, having already claimed the title. Just doing a few final checks here. She will still be having another crack, though. For a moment, I thought potentially she was going to hang the hat right there. Getting to the pointy end of day 2. We hope you've enjoyed all the coverage across the 2 days here for the New South Wales PSSA Athletics Championships, as Spence has a second attempt at 1.55. She's once again all right. Our marshal's just checking in. But of course, more contact with the bar. One final attempt here at the height of 1.55. She's already claimed the title with 1.51. And Spence, with the rain coming in, the wind continuing to hammer away at everyone here. She's shown great resilience, great resolve in taking out gold, and now still wanting that little bit more. Having already set a personal best, she's trying to increase that mark. Why not when you're on? Here's the last attempt now for Emmy Spence. She won't quite get it. So that will do it. Emmy Spence clearing 1.51. She tried to stretch it up to 1.55, But nonetheless, it is gold for Emmy Spence and the state title as well. Silver for Olive Wade, and a countback process required for bronze. When that information does come across to us, I'll be sure to inform you. That'll do us here for the high jump event. We'll now head across and catch the last of the multi-class discus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an epic 2 days it's been here at Sydney Olympic Athletics Centre. It has been wonderful action despite a whole mix of wet weather. It has been really, really wet, very cold across day 2, extremely sunny on day 1, but certainly no one can stop the shine of these athletes here. They have been tremendous. Now, just a few final results coming through here to finish off day 2 for the girls 12 to 13 high jump. Of course, Emmy Spence claiming gold, Olivia Wade claiming, should I say Olive Wade claiming silver with a height of 1.48 metres, and we now have confirmation for the bronze medal. Third place, Isla Scully with a height of 1.45. And our last event out here in the field, the junior boys multi-class. Bronze going to Craig McDonald in the discus. Silver to Dylan Clark. And our gold medal to Samuel Rugen-Dyke. So well done to all of our athletes across all of our events throughout these last 2 days. More than 1,000 different schools represented. It has been incredible having you join us each and every step of the way. We hope you've enjoyed all the coverage here thanks to Bar TV and a wonderful staff here at New South Wales School Sport. But from everyone here at New South Wales School Sport, have yourself a wonderful afternoon, and we'll see you for the Nationals in Launceston.